The story began in the Worldberry Forest, which initially appeared peaceful and bathed in light. A wounded man emerged into view, visibly exhausted and struggling to breathe. His face bore signs of fatigue, and his injuries were evident, painting a grim picture of a situation. The man was surrounded by a group of hostile fighters, and several bodies lay scattered on the ground, marking the aftermath of a brutal battle. The leader of the opposing group sat leisurely, witnessing the enemy were dealt with. One of her attendees was waiting for someone to arrive, though they had yet to show, despite all efforts. He asked his leader, asking what they should do next. The leader's response was cold and firm, insisting that they be killed immediately. Without hesitation, a burly fighter charged forward, ready to carry out the command with a lethal strike. In a moment of terror, the wounded man braced himself, certain that the end was near. Just then, a young man appeared at high speed, intervening just in time to stop the blow, saving the wounded man from the fatal strike. With a swift motion, the newcomer flung the attacker aside, neutralizing the threat with ease. The wounded man's companions, seeing the young man's timely arrival, felt a surge of relief. They called out his name, Jaehyeon, expressing their gratitude for his quick rescue. The opposing fighters, now furious, began shouting, urging each other to attack Jaehyeon all at once, hoping to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. But Jaehyeon proved to be extraordinarily powerful, effortlessly repelling their attacks. His sword was wielded with unmatched speed and precision, and with each counterattack, another enemy fell to the ground. The tide of battle shifted dramatically in his favor. Standing tall and smiling confidently, Jaehyeon declared that no matter how many of them attacked together, it would change nothing. They were simply no match for him. It was then that his in-game identity was revealed. Jaehyeon's name was Hyrkan, and his title was the Hero Slayer. Jaehyeon's comrades, filled with regret, apologized for dragging him into such a dangerous situation. They confessed that they had never anticipated that the enemies would set a trap, but Jaehyeon waved off their apologies, assuring them that they were not to blame for what had happened. He reached out his hand to the injured man, helping him back on his feet. The man gazed at Jaehyeon, surprised by the kindness, while the others around him echoed their thanks, grateful for his actions. Jaehyeon reassured them that none of it was their fault. He then turned his attention to the real issue at hand, the opponents who had always been unable to put up a fair fight due to a lack of skill. His words were unmistakably aimed at Jaehyeon. With a mocking smile, he asked her if she agreed with his assessment, clearly trying to provoke her. Jaehyeon's response was sharp and dismissive. She mocked Jaehyeon and his companions, claiming that they are merely trashed banded together, built on hollow emotions. Continuing her derision, she sneered that no matter how many weaklings joined forces, it wouldn't matter in the end. Jaehyeon's true identity soon came to light. Her full name was Jaehyeon Chai, a member of the Thunder Hunters, and her title was the Thunder Queen. Jaehyeon continued to mock her, pointing out how she was always angry, attacking recklessly, and losing battle after battle to those she deemed beneath her. Seething with rage, Jaehyeon shot back, warning Jaehyeon not to push his luck, or he would regret it. But Jaehyeon merely smirked and raising his hand to turn his watch. Sarcastically, he questioned the notion of regret, making it clear that he feared nothing from her. In that moment, Jaehyeon activated his watch ability called the First Slot, causing a dramatic change in his appearance. A powerful, distinctive battle outfit materialized around him. With his transformation complete, he smiled confidently and turned to Jaehyeon, telling her that regret was a feeling only the weak, like her, would ever know. Jaehyeon's fury intensified. She shouted at him, calling him an arrogant bastard before ordering her group to eliminate him immediately. But Jaehyeon stood his ground, still smiling defiantly, declaring that no matter how hard they tried, they would never be able to kill him. However, Jaehyeon's confidence faltered when an unexpected turn of events occurred. To his shock, he suddenly found himself stabbed from behind. The betrayal came from the very comrades he had trusted, the ones he had fought alongside. His health points dropped rapidly, and warnings began flashing on his screen, signaling that his movements were now restricted. With great effort, Jaehyeon asked how such a betrayal was possible. One of his companions, remorseful, apologized and confessed that they had deceived him. The leader of the traitor explained their motives, admitting that they had all needed the money and asking Jaehyeon not to hate them for their actions. Stunned and filled with anger, Jaehyeon was unable to comprehend how those he had considered his closest friends could betray him so easily. At that moment, Jaehyeon appeared once more, laughing cruelly, as if the entire situation were some form of entertainment to her. The scene began with Jaehyeon mocking Jaehyeon for his naive belief in the fake bond of friendship he had with his teammates, emphasizing that emotions like trust and loyalty meant nothing when compared to money. She then approached him, coldly stating that she would now make sure to remove him from the game permanently. She continued to humiliate him, mocking that if she kept killing him each time he logged in, he wouldn't even be able to take a single step forward in the game. She reminded him of his past confession, where he had admitted to being a worthless nobody in real life, and how the game was all he had left. With a vicious, mocking smile, she told him that he had now returned to being that pathetic person once again. Unable to bear the insult, Jaehyeon exploded in rage and lunged at her, demanding she be silent. His attack, however, proved futile. The traitor struck him down easily, and his blood spilled across the ground as everyone stood around him, watching. As she stood there unbothered, Jaehyeon thanked the others for helping to rid them of Jaehyeon, her tone full of relief. In his final moments, Jaehyeon, consumed by rage and deep pain, asked why they had betrayed him after everything he had done for the team. One of his former comrades shouted at him to just die already, revealing that they had been paid couple millions just to kill him. They asked what he had expected them to do in the face of such a sum. The shock was immense for Jaehyeon. All of the pain, the betrayal, the loss, it had all been for money. Even after everything he had given them, he now realized how hollow their words had been when they had once claimed they were like family. As he reproached them for the devastation they had caused, their faces showed fake expressions of guilt and fear, but by then, it was too late. The game's notification soon flashed on the screen, declaring that Jaehyeon had died. The death notification blinked repeatedly, confirming the end. The game officially informed him that he could not log in again for 48 hours due to the death penalty. Jaehyeon awoke in the real world, drained and physically exhausted from the trauma he had just endured in the game. In that moment, he broke down, sorrowfully admitting to himself that he had lost everything. Information about the game Warlord was then displayed, showcasing its status as one of the world's most popular and successful games. A live stream clip followed, showing players engaged in a fierce battle against a powerful red dragon, their actions eliciting excited reactions from viewers. The game, built on cutting-edge virtual reality technology, generated unbelievable amounts of money. It was the one thing Jaehyeon had ever excelled at in real life. Having always been labeled as worthless or trash by others, Jaehyeon had found a sense of purpose and recognition in the game. When he first demonstrated his exceptional skills, one impressed player had approached him, astonished by his abilities, and asked about his level. That player had smiled and offered to team up with him. In that moment, Jaehyeon had felt a rare sense of belonging. Jaehyeon began to reflect sorrowfully on what had happened to him. For a fleeting moment, he decided he would forgive those who had betrayed him. But within moments, a wave of intense anger overtook him, and his resolve shifted. The decision was made. He would hunt down and kill each one of them in brutal revenge for their betrayal. Fuming over all the pain and sacrifices he had made for them, he placed a call to someone named Dong-Soo. As he ran down the street, lost in thought, he failed to notice the pedestrian light turning red. By the time he realized, it was too late. He was struck by a speeding truck with tremendous force. The scene was soon covered in blood from the impact, and people nearby screamed in panic, shouting that someone had just been run over. Jaehyeon lay on the ground, struggling between life and death, his phone announcing that the number he had dialed was unavailable. A cruel irony struck him. Of all things, he had been hit by a garbage truck. With great effort, he whispered to himself that he couldn't die now. A painful memory resurfaced in his mind. He recalled his former comrades shouting at him to die quickly, revealing that they had been paid to kill him, a sum of couple millions. He also remembered Jaehyeon's mocking expression as she defeated him in his final moments. With a renewed sense of resolve, he vowed that he would have his revenge, merciless and brutal. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and it seemed as though a mysterious connection was being established. A notification soon followed, indicating that his connection was being verified. Another message then appeared, welcoming him back into the game under the alias Hyrkan. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Jaehyeon found himself facing a challenge. The game had placed him in a tutorial stage, survive an encounter with the legendary Minotaur, Lord of the Labyrinth. Jaehyeon was left in shock, questioning what was going on and how this could be happening to him. Frustrated, one of the new players shouted at Jaehyeon, urging him to pull himself together and help fight the terrifying giant monster attacking them. They quickly realized that defeating the creature alone would be impossible and proposed working together. During the conversation, Jaehyeon expressed disbelief at the appearance of a monster that had been removed from the game 5 years ago due to its extreme difficulty. His teammate, visibly confused, responded that the game Warlord had only been released 10 months ago. Jaehyeon stood there, repeating in astonishment that the game had been out for just 10 months. His teammates noticed his strange behavior and asked what was wrong, clearly puzzled by his reaction to the new information. One of them urged him to focus and get ready, telling him to wait for the signal to move. However, Jaehyeon ignored the instructions and began walking ahead of the group without a word. His teammates, bewildered, called out to him, asking where he was going, but he continued to advance in silence, deepening their confusion. They shouted in disbelief, thinking his actions were reckless, especially with the powerful monster still in their path. At that moment, the beast charged at Jaehyeon with incredible ferocity, aiming to strike him down. His teammates yelled warnings, telling him he would die if he kept this up, but Jaehyeon showed no hesitation. He faced the monster head-on, exuding confidence and resolve. With a series of powerful strikes, he delivered a fatal blow to the creature, showcasing an overwhelming strength. The beast let out a fierce roar as Jaehyeon's blow swiftly brought it down. The two other players stood in stunned silence, utterly amazed that Jaehyeon had defeated the monster within moments. They both stared at him in astonishment, attempting to speak to him. One of the players stepped forward, a smile on his face, openly praising Jaehyeon's incredible talent and expressing his desire for him to join his team. He extended his hand toward Jaehyeon in a gesture eerily reminiscent of a past moment in Jaehyeon's memory when he had been betrayed. In that instant, Jaehyeon's expression changed, and anger flashed in his eyes. He coldly told the players that he had already made his decision moments ago. Confused, the two players asked what decision he was referring to. Without warning, Jaehyeon launched a powerful strike at them, his eyes blazing with fury as blood splattered around him. Jaehyeon muttered grimly to himself that if he ever trusted anyone again in this life, he would be no better than a dog. A notification then appeared on his screen, declaring the return of Hyrkan, the hero slayer, to the past. Right after, Jaehyeon awoke in a strange place. He removed a virtual reality helmet from his head and looked around in confusion, trying to figure out where he was. He quickly realized that he was inside a gaming store, specifically a gear shop that sold virtual reality equipment. As memories flooded back, Jaehyeon recalled that 5 years ago, he had been poor and used to play in the store because he couldn't afford his own gear. He wondered seriously if he had truly returned to the past. Once the thought settled, he immediately resolved that if this was indeed the case, there was much he needed to do. He moved quickly, darting through the crowded store while his mind raced with plans. He reminded himself that he now had 5 years' worth of future knowledge and experience. With this advantage, he knew he could carry out his revenge without hesitation. He approached a store clerk, handed her his payment card, and requested the base gear unit. The clerk appeared slightly flustered, but assured him that she would assist him right away. A wave of excitement and anxiety washed over Jaehyeon as he began to formulate his next steps to level up quickly in the game. However, the clerk soon surprised him by stating that his balance was insufficient to complete the purchase. Jaehyeon stood stunned, shocked by this unexpected setback. He smiled bitterly, realizing just how dire his financial situation had been in the past. He stood there, deeply frustrated, blaming himself for forgetting that he had no money. He remembered that the only reason he had played in the store before was because he couldn't afford to buy his own device. The pressure began to mount, and he wondered what he could do now. Should he try to earn money quickly, though he knew he couldn't afford to waste time waiting? At that moment, an image of Jaehyeon appeared on a nearby advertisement screen, part of a campaign for the game. The ad posed a question that demanded attention, asking what they were waiting for. The words were bold and direct, as if daring anyone to second-guess themselves. It declared that the strong did not fear challenges, and that hesitation was a luxury no one could afford in the midst of battle. Jaehyeon stood silently before the advertisement, watching as Jaehyeon, the Thunder Queen, appeared on screen, calling upon everyone to become true masters of war. He remained in front of the massive display showing the game's title, Warlord, as the bold caption urged him to start immediately. Lost in thought, Jaehyeon reflected on his current situation, carefully weighing what his next move should be. The image of Jaehyeon's mocking face resurfaced in his mind, accompanied by her scornful words, telling him that once again he had become nothing more than worthless trash. A surge of determination rose in him. Jaehyeon resolved that he couldn't afford to wait any longer. Hesitation, he knew, was a luxury he could no longer afford. As the sun began to set, the scene shifted to a modest, simple apartment, his home. There, a VR capsule gaming system had just been delivered and installed in his room. The technician had completed the setup, informing him that everything was ready before promptly leaving. Jaehyeon responded with a brief, dismissive reply before falling deep into thought, holding a card in his hand. He reminded himself that the fastest way to get money was through this card. It was an advertisement for a quick and easy loan service. Not long ago, he had sat across from a man and requested a loan of 10 million won. The man had assured him, with casual indifference, that it could be arranged. But then the man had paused, adding ominously unsettling, gentle smile. In a sudden, violent motion, the man plunged a knife into the card on the table, delivering a clear, direct threat. He warned Jaehyeon that if he failed to repay the money, his life would become an unbearable hell. Though shaken and filled with anxiety, Jaehyeon said nothing. Despite the obvious risks, he made the decision to take the card, affirming to himself that he no longer cared about the consequences. He then began donning the VR headset, assuring himself that he was ready to risk everything. Even if it meant descending into hell, he would take whatever steps necessary to avenge those who had betrayed him. The faces of the traitors flashed through his mind, and his resolve to take revenge had never been stronger. Filled with fury and anticipation, he ordered the system to begin the connection immediately. The system quickly recognized him and confirmed his login into the game. Jaehyeon entered the game world as his character Hyrkan and received a formal welcome to the universe of Warlord. He stood silently, waiting for a particular character to appear and assist him, struggling to recall her name. At that moment, a girl with blonde hair, radiating golden energy, appeared before him. She introduced herself as Ariadne, explaining that she was there to guide him on his journey. Jaehyeon immediately recognized her identity. Ariadne extended her hand and began explaining the game's rules, inviting him to select one of the basic available classes. She went on to clarify that he would need to choose one starting class from a set of 3. She emphasized that the skills he chose to develop now would determine the specialized path he would follow later in the game. The first class she described was the Warrior, a fighter on the front lines, using direct combat weapons. Jaehyeon considered it, recognizing that his prior experience might help him level up quickly. However, he ultimately rejected it, understanding that progressing solo later would become too difficult. Ariadne then introduced the second class, the Priest, a support role focused on healing and assisting others. Without hesitation, Jaehyeon dismissed it. He told Ariadne bluntly that he had no intention of protecting or supporting others. Only one option remained for him. Ariadne smiled and wished him an enjoyable adventure as she began preparing to activate his selection. Golden strands of magical energy began flowing from her hands, surrounding him completely as she initiated the process to transport him to the next stage. The energy enveloped him entirely, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. A system message appeared before him, informing him that he had selected his base class and would now be transported to the tower corresponding to his choice. Jaehyeon arrived at the tower and was greeted by a commanding voice, welcoming him as a young seeker of knowledge. The voice belonged to someone named Golko, the guide responsible for training players who chose the mage class. Golko asked Jaehyeon what type of magic he wanted to study. Without hesitation, Jaehyeon replied that he wanted to learn dark magic. Golko was stunned by the response, pausing for a moment as he struggled to process it. He tried to convince himself that he had misheard due to his age and asked if Jaehyeon had meant earth magic instead. But Jaehyeon firmly repeated his desire to study dark magic. Golko's expression shifted, concern overtaking him. He warned Jaehyeon that dark magic was extremely dangerous and could potentially destroy the user's soul. But Jaehyeon replied with clear resolve, stating that he understood the risks and had deliberately chosen this path. Golko began trembling, visibly shaken by Jaehyeon's bold decision. Suddenly, Golko transformed into a terrifying shadowy figure before Jaehyeon, assuring him that everything would proceed smoothly. His appearance changed entirely, now resembling a skeletal being. He spoke to Jaehyeon with a serious tone, remarking that it had been a long time since anyone had chosen such a path. He told Jaehyeon that if he was truly ready, he should place his hand on the skill book that had appeared before him, warning him to choose wisely and with caution. Without hesitation, Jaehyeon placed his hand on the skill book immediately. Despite Golko's warning that this path was too dangerous for the reckless, Jaehyeon smiled with great confidence and declared that he was not the kind of person who could be called reckless. Golko burst into loud laughter, impressed by Jaehyeon's confidence and daring choice. He admitted that Jaehyeon was truly fascinating and that he hadn't encountered someone like him in a very long time. Jaehyeon then recalled a famous video from his past life featuring a player who used necromancy, the art of summoning the dead. In that video, the lone player had managed to defeat a powerful boss without any help. At that moment, Jaehyeon realized how desperately he needed a power similar to that one. A system message appeared, confirming that he had officially become a necromancer, granting him the title of novice in necromancy and a skill called Skeleton Shard. With a confident smile, Jaehyeon repeated the name of his new skill, Skeleton Shard. He activated the skill, and a glowing shard of skeleton began to materialize from magical energy before him. A message appeared explaining that a skeletal warrior consumed magical energy in order to fully manifest. Jaehyeon stood silently, watching the skeleton form in front of him, and declared to himself with determination that in this life, he would become a necromancer. The skeleton fully took shape, signaling the completion of Jaehyeon's transformation into a true necromancer. With a confident smile, Jaehyeon declared that it was time to level up. He then asked himself where the training dungeon was located. Turning to glance at the skeleton he had summoned, he was met with a bizarre scene. The skeleton's skull broke down from its spine and fell down like a glob of ball. Jaehyeon stood in stunned silence for a moment, unable to fully process what he was seeing. Without wasting more time, he stepped into a glowing portal that had appeared before him, emerging into the beginner training dungeon. Concerned, Jaehyeon began questioning the skeleton's odd behavior. It certainly wasn't acting the way he remembered from his past life. He opened the skill window to review the details of the Skeleton Shard skill. As he read through the description, he assumed the strange behavior was due to his low mastery level of the skill. This realization made him determined to increase his level quickly. Deep in thought, a loud growl suddenly echoed around him. A group of creatures, coal wolves, appeared, and their arrival seemed perfectly timed for a practical test. Though not particularly strong, they were fast enough to pose a decent challenge for the summoned skeleton. Jaehyeon immediately cast Skeleton Shard with force toward the incoming enemies. Magical energy began to form rapidly, preparing to summon the skeleton once again. The skeleton materialized fully and was ready for battle, automatically assuming a combat stance. Upon sensing the presence of foes, the wolves cautiously began approaching, gearing up to strike. With a confident smirk, Jaehyeon commanded the skeleton to kill them. The skeleton charged forward, attacking the wolves with surprising strength. To Jaehyeon's astonishment, the skeleton looked far better than expected. He realized that at this rate, he might reach the top level in a short time. However, his surprise quickly turned into shock when the skeleton's bones suddenly scattered in every direction. Jaehyeon stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. The skeleton's skull fell to the ground, bearing an almost comically sad expression. Overwhelmed with confusion, Jaehyeon fell stunned and unsure of what he had just witnessed. He quickly called for the skill window, desperate to find out what had gone wrong. As he read further, he discovered that he had forgotten to assign a combat mode for the skeleton. The skill included an AI system that learned from battle experience and offered 3 modes: defense, offense, and a special mode. Resting his hand on his head with a sigh, Jaehyeon realized the root of the problem and calmly admitted that he hadn't set a mode yet. He decided to activate the defensive mode first. As soon as it was activated, a bright gleam appeared in the skeleton's eyes. However, what followed only deepened his disappointment. The wolves began dragging the skeleton around and tearing it apart with ease, as if it wasn't resisting at all. Once again, Jaehyeon stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that what he was witnessing was supposed to be defensive mode. In a shaky voice and with growing desperation, Jaehyeon decided to activate the 3rd mode, the special mode, hoping it might finally work. It turned out that the skeleton had started dancing. Jaehyeon realized the situation had become disastrous after witnessing the skeleton's performance. Tears welled up his eyes as he blamed himself for how things had turned out. Jaehyeon collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by despair. He muttered to himself that he was on the verge of losing his mind. He attempted to delete the character he had chosen, but was met with a system message informing him that accounts less than 3 months old could not delete characters. Sitting helplessly, he lamented that he couldn't even change his selected class. The looming reality of his loan payments beginning the next month crossed his mind, and in frustration, he sarcastically thought that perhaps he should get run over again. The thought made him wonder why his luck was so terrible, especially since things had just started to improve slightly. His gaze then fell on the useless skeleton that had been of no help at all, further deepening his frustration and anger. He began scolding the skeleton, telling it that it was driving him insane and ordering it to stay still. Then he suddenly recalled a skilled necromancer from his previous life and wondered how that person had managed with skeletons like this one. An idea struck him. He reopened the skill description window and found something important he had missed before. The summoned creature was equipped with a deep learning system that allowed it to gain experience through combat. That was when Jaehyeon realized that the skeleton had been observing him during his battles with the coal wolves and learning from his actions. Standing next to the skeleton, he decided to make full use of this new information. With a confident smile, he spoke to the skeleton, trying to get its attention. The skeleton turned toward him, slightly confused. Jaehyeon, now brimming with confidence, addressed the skeleton, telling it that it was incredibly lucky to have a master like him. He went on to say that, despite appearances, people used to think of him as a genius, and he had trained all his former team members until they reached the top. He instructed the skeleton to remember one core rule in combat. Without warning, he lunged at it, landing a strike as he shouted that the rule was simple. If it couldn't dodge the attack, Jaehyeon stated that it will die. The skeleton took the blow hard and collapsed to the ground instantly. Jaehyeon struck again, knocking it down once more. Unrelenting, he told the skeleton to get ready for another attack and continued delivering a relentless series of blows. With every strike, the skeleton fell, but Jaehyeon showed no mercy, determined to train it. He then began giving the skeleton important combat advice, telling it not to stand there foolishly after being hit, but to think about how to counterattack after dodging. He asked if the skeleton understood, and it stood in a ready stance, signaling its understanding. Time passed, and the coal wolves respawned, launching another attack on the skeleton. This time, the skeleton quickly applied what it had learned, skillfully dodging the wolves' attacks. Seizing an opportunity, it delivered a powerful blow to one of the wolves. The skeleton continued fighting with impressive skill, while Jaehyeon watched in astonishment. Suddenly, the skeleton stopped and looked at Jaehyeon with deep admiration. He gently scolded it, reminding it that he had warned against losing focus during battle, but smiled slightly and told it that its last move hadn't been bad at all. As Jaehyeon continued training, the skeleton's shard skill began to improve rapidly. He felt a sense of joy and satisfaction when a message appeared before him, informing him that his player level had increased. He then moved on to Vigus Castle, a bustling beginner's village filled with new players. Walking through the village among the crowd, Jaehyeon reflected on the progress the skeleton had made. With just a few more days of training, it would be able to clear the training dungeon with ease. He also realized that the real challenge was about to begin and that his first goal would be reaching level 10. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. He turned toward the sound and saw a large man standing in front of him, surrounded by his followers. The man aggressively scolded Jaehyeon for bumping into his shoulder without apologizing. Jaehyeon assessed the group and thought to himself that they looked like nothing more than third-rate thugs. Annoyed at having his time wasted, he seriously considered killing them on the spot. Just as one of the men was about to attack, someone appeared, dressed in intricately drawn clothing, and effortlessly stopped the assault. The newcomer smirked and told the attacker that it wasn't right to hit people like that. The large man, furious, demanded to know who the stranger was and whether he was with Jaehyeon. The newcomer replied that he wasn't exactly with him. Jaehyeon instantly recognized the stranger. It was Matador Shev, a very powerful warrior from his previous life. He couldn't help but notice the man's massive muscles and his signature odd attire. Jaehyeon vividly remembered that Matador had been a first-class warrior and the strongest player in his past life. Confusion and unease filled him as he wondered why such a legendary warrior would be in this place. Meanwhile, Matador stood, his disapproval of the attacker's behavior evident in his sarcastic tone. The thug attempted to justify his actions, claiming that Jaehyeon had struck him first. He insisted that Matador had no right to intervene without knowing who Jaehyeon was. Matador, calm and composed, smiled as he responded, quoting an old saying about an eye for an eye, implying that Jaehyeon had every right to retaliate. The moment he spoke, Matador unleashed a fiery combat aura, which struck fear into the attackers. The large man froze, terror evident in his eyes, while Jaehyeon observed the situation closely. With his usual calmness and sarcasm, Matador remarked that the man had struck his palm with a fist first. A terrifying grin spread across his face, and he added that it was only fair to return the favor. Just then, one of the thug's companions screamed, warning him that the man before them was Matador Shev, a figure feared for his overwhelming strength. In a panic, the companion explained that Matador was the leader of the Red Bulls Guild, one of the top 30 guilds, and was famous for his obsession with fighting. He emphasized that Matador was the notorious fighter known as the Killer. The attacker's shock deepened as he questioned, in fear, why someone as famous as Matador would get involved in such a trivial matter. Matador advanced on him with a menacing gait, his voice cold and cutting as he demanded to know what the response would be now. The man froze in place, unable to utter a word. Within moments, he and his companions turned and fled, screaming apologies and terror-stricken at Matador's power. Matador smiled with satisfaction, pleased that the situation had been resolved with words alone. As the attackers retreated in fear, he turned to Jaehyeon with a friendly smile, asking if he was all right. He advised him not to pay attention to people like that. However, Jaehyeon quietly distanced himself from Matador, leaving him puzzled by the reaction. Before walking off, Jaehyeon coldly stated that he no longer needed his help before walking away. Matador stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. Chuckling softly to himself, he acknowledged that Jaehyeon was indeed a cold individual. As Jaehyeon moved farther away, anger and frustration welled up inside him. He couldn't shake the feeling of helplessness he had experienced in the face of Matador's overwhelming strength. His hand trembled from the intensity of that power, and he admitted to himself that fear had gripped him in that moment. Jaehyeon made a firm decision then. The next time he met Matador, he would be a completely different person. His expression hardened with resolve as he silently vowed to change. The scene then shifted back to the training dungeon, where flames flickered along the walls, casting shadows over the space. Jaehyeon sat alone, his mind preoccupied with the vast gap in strength between himself and formidable players like Matador. He thought of Matador and another figure named Jaehyeon, realizing that their powers were nearly on par. If he sought revenge, he would need to grow much stronger than he was now. Suddenly, a powerful beast resembling a tiger appeared, launching a fierce attack. Jaehyeon's summoned skeleton quickly intervened, striking the tiger with skill and precision. The skeleton maintained its aggressive assault, dealing heavy damage to the beast. After a swift battle, a system notification appeared before Jaehyeon, informing him that the skeleton had successfully killed the tiger and that his level had increased once again. Despite the success, Jaehyeon was not satisfied. It had taken him 3 days to reach level 10, longer than he had expected. He looked at the skeleton, which appeared tired and worn out from the fight. He found its condition amusing, but a message soon appeared, congratulating Jaehyeon for finally reaching level 10 and informing him that the training dungeon had been cleared of monsters. The beginner's mark was removed from his profile, and the rewards began to transfer to him. Jaehyeon felt immense joy as the items arrived. A device called the War Watch materialized on his wrist, equipped with various features such as status, quests, map, inventory, and communication tools. Jaehyeon felt a surge of excitement at using this device again after such a long time. He requested his status window, and it soon appeared, displaying his updated information. Name, Hyrkan, level 10, class, Necromancer, along with his stats points in strength, endurance, intelligence, and mana. A message then appeared, prompting him to distribute his available stat points. Jaehyeon paused to think carefully. This was his first time allocating points, so he needed to be wise. A necromancer would naturally invest in magic or intelligence, but Jaehyeon smiled confidently and, to his surprise, chose to invest all his points into strength. Once the points were allocated, a message appeared confirming that his strength had increased by 50 points. Jaehyeon looked down at his hand with a deep sense of determination as a new system window appeared, confirming that his total strength had now reached 53 points. This was exactly what he had hoped for, and a surge of satisfaction washed over him, reaffirming that he had made the right decision. However, the skeleton stood nearby, staring at him with wide, disappointed blue eyes. Its expression seemed to convey the belief that Jaehyeon had abandoned the path of a necromancer by focusing on increasing his physical strength instead of his mana or intelligence. Noticing the skeleton's gaze, Jaehyeon grew irritated. He crossed his arms and asked what the skeleton thought it was doing. After a brief moment, he reached out and gently tapped the skeleton on the head. He reassured it that he hadn't abandoned the path of a necromancer. Instead, he explained that he was trying to teach the skeleton and help it grow stronger. Jaehyeon went on to elaborate that raising his mana or intelligence wouldn't make much of a difference at this stage of his journey. On the other hand, boosting his physical strength would allow him to teach the skeleton the combat techniques he had mastered at the peak of his former power. Speaking with serious conviction, he added that he was betting his life on the skeleton's development and that it needed to focus on its training. With a confident smile, he added that there were always other ways to compensate for the lack of stats. After reassuring the skeleton, Jaehyeon made his way to the Adventurers Guild building at the Vigus Castle branch. Inside, he was greeted by the sight of eager new adventurers, all waiting excitedly for the chance to take on quests. The place was bustling with energy, and he overheard adventurers bickering over who would be first to claim the next available quest. The atmosphere was lively, but Jaehyeon quickly realized that the available quests at this stage were not particularly great. Despite this, the excitement in the air was palpable as the adventurers were still at the beginning of their journeys. He approached one of the guild staff members and politely asked to see the available quest list. The staff member glanced at him in surprise before explaining that most of the quests left were quite difficult, and no one seemed willing to take them. The staff member then asked Jaehyeon if he was really sure about selecting something like that. Jaehyeon paused, his eyes scanning the list of quests. Silently, he admitted to himself that they were, in fact, not ideal quests. But at that very moment, a confident expression crossed his face. He had found exactly what he had been looking for. The quest he chose was titled Cave of Mount Bima, with the objective being to eliminate all low-level monsters in the vicinity of Mount Bima. The reward was a modest 10 gold coins. The guild staff member, sensing Jaehyeon's unwavering resolve, asked again with concern if he was truly certain about accepting such a low-level quest with such a small reward. Jaehyeon nodded, his resolve unshaken. With a smile, he thought to himself that completing this task before reaching level 15 would grant him the rare title Prospect. He recalled that acquiring such titles could significantly boost a character's stats, and the Prospect title would specifically increase them by a percentage, making it an incredibly valuable asset. Jaehyeon was confident that obtaining this title would mark the beginning of his journey to becoming an overpowered character. Excited, he made his way forward with the next step in his plan, preparing the necessary equipment. Jaehyeon arrived near Mount Bima, where the quest was to take place. However, as he stepped out to the light, his excitement quickly turned to shock and deep frustration. The gear he had obtained was ridiculous and completely unsuitable for the task at hand. He was wearing brightly colored, comically strange clothes that seemed entirely out of place for someone setting out to hunt monsters. He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at his bizarre appearance, which was entirely inappropriate for the mission he had ahead. Anger and frustration bubbled up inside him as he stared at his reflection. Internally, he screamed in irritation. He had not had enough money to buy decent equipment, having spent most of his funds on the skeleton's gear. Now he was stuck with these low-quality items, which only added to his growing frustration. Determined to change that, Jaehyeon made up his mind to complete the quest as quickly as possible, earn enough money, and then buy proper clothes. As he moved through the forest, reaffirming his resolve to complete his mission swiftly, a blood-soaked hand suddenly reached out from the bushes. The hand seemed to plead for help before its owner collapsed unconscious. The scene slowly revealed a wounded young man crawling weakly through the grass, his voice barely audible as he called for help, blood staining his face. His voice slowly faded into the forest, while his trembling hand remained pressed to the ground, a clear sign of despair. Nearby, a group of boys with sinister expressions stood, whispering and laughing in cruel amusement as they watched their victims suffering. Elsewhere in the forest, a young player shouted in delight, announcing that he had finally reached his destination. The young man, named Multi, stood proudly in his gleaming armor, boasting that his adventure was about to begin at Mount Bima. He proudly proclaimed that he had reached level 11 and might soon rank among the top players in the game. But his bragging was abruptly interrupted by a nearby cry for help. Multi rushed toward the sound of distress and quickly spotted a man carrying his bloodied friend, begging for assistance. The man claimed that the creature which attacked them was unlike anything they had ever encountered. When Multi asked for details, they explained that they had barely escaped with their lives and that they no longer had any healing potions left after the sudden ambush. The wounded men added that they had only fled by sheer luck, but without healing potions, his friend wouldn't survive for long. Multi reassured them that he had a few potions on him and began to dig through his inventory to offer one. The gay-haired man, teary-eyed, thanked him with an overwhelming sense of relief, promising that they would repay the favor one day. However, just as Multi turned around to offer the potion, the two men suddenly struck him from behind with a surprise attack. Their cruel smiles stretched across their faces as blood splattered across the ground. In a single decisive blow, Multi collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his blood staining the earth beneath him. The attacker mocked his gullibility, laughing that it had made him an easy target. One of them sneered, saying they would make full use of his belongings, disregarding his faint groans of protest. Multi weakly protested, calling them out for deceiving him, but they only scoffed, calling him a coward and blaming him for being naive. Their leader laughed mockingly, saying only a fool would fall for such a cheap trick. A system notification then appeared, announcing the death of the player Multi and the extinguishing of his aura. Another message followed, showing the player's watch dropping to the ground as loot for the thieves. The gang gathered around the fallen watch, laughing, with one of them remarking that tormenting beginners was always a never-ending source of fun. Their leader smiled viciously, urging the group to go find the next victim, proudly displaying the emblem of the deadly Ralph family, a villain PK guild. Elsewhere in the forest, Jaehyeon skeletons stood poised and ready, facing two massive tree beasts growling menacingly from the shadows. The wooden wolves lunged at him with glowing eyes, their red fangs burning like embers. Jaehyeon raised a finger and declared the activation of attack mode, and the skeleton's eyes lit up with a piercing blue glow. The skeleton lunged forward, its glowing sword cutting through the air with a cold gleam. Its initial strike tore through one of the wolves, while the claws of the other shattered harmlessly against the blade. A stream of system notifications flashed across the screen, confirming that the skeleton had slain the ancient tree wolves and earned hundreds of experience points. Jaehyeon smiled faintly to himself, acknowledging that equipping his skeleton first had been the right decision from the start. He glanced down at his odd clothing, reminding himself that appearance didn't matter as long as it served its purpose. Meanwhile, the skeleton stood with its hands on its mouth in a comical gesture of embarrassment, as if it felt sorry for its master. Jaehyeon told the skeleton to stop acting so strangely and to prepare for the next task, explaining that they needed to level up quickly to complete their mission in the area. The skeleton picked up its weapon, ready to move forward. But just as they prepared to continue, an arrow shot through the air at high speed from a distance, striking the skeleton in the head and causing it to freeze in place, stunned. Jaehyeon was caught off guard by the sudden attack, looking around cautiously to identify the source. Two men soon approached, one of them quickly apologizing for the accidental shot, claiming he had mistaken them for monsters from a distance due to their appearance. The men approached with an apologetic demeanor, trying to explain the situation, while the skeleton remained on guard, prepared to protect its master. Jaehyeon accepted their apology coolly, but began to feel suspicious. Their odd expressions and the tension in the air made him uneasy. He quickly noticed a player's watch on one of their wrists and a blood-stained knife hidden behind the other's back, deepening his doubts about their intentions. Jaehyeon muttered to himself, scoffing at their nerve, and immediately realized they were planning to deceive him. But then, he suddenly smiled, deciding to play along. He told them that he might be willing to forgive the incident if they gave him just one mana potion as compensation. The two men pretended to be embarrassed, claiming they didn't have any mana potions, but they offered to help him level up as a way to make up for their mistake. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow and asked if they were sure they wanted to help him. They quickly confirmed that it was the least they could do after what had happened. At that moment, the roar of beasts echoed through the forest. One of the men smiled, saying it was the perfect time to start leveling. They explained their plan to Jaehyeon. They would attack and weaken the monsters, and all he had to do was land the final blow to earn the experience points. Jaehyeon agreed, still watching them with caution as they whispered among themselves, reaffirming their malicious plan. The large warrior stepped forward, provoking the wooden wolves and drawing their rage just as they had planned. The mage accompanying the thieves cast a spell that enhanced the monster's attack power, causing its claws to glow with a terrifying red energy. With a sinister smile, he deliberately pushed one of the wolves toward Jaehyeon, pretending it was an accident as part of their trap. Jaehyeon was caught off guard when the wolf charged directly at him, its glowing claws outstretched. Instinctively, he raised his arms, preparing for the attack. From a distance, the group of thieves watched, expecting Jaehyeon to be easily overwhelmed by the sudden assault. But much to their surprise, Jaehyeon swiftly defeated the wolf with the assistance of his skeleton. He then turned to scold the skeleton for reacting too slowly, shaking his head in mock disapproval. With a confident smile, he gave the thieves a thumbs up and told them to continue their support, leaving them stunned by his unexpected strength. The two men, growing anxious and increasingly afraid, began to question Jaehyeon's true level and abilities. They quickly decided to alter their strategy, thinking that perhaps a larger wave of monsters would be enough to overpower him. They sent a fresh batch of beasts to attack all at once, hoping to catch him off guard. During the chaos of the group attack, the warrior seized the opportunity to ambush Jaehyeon. He lunged at him from behind, raising his heavy hammer high and shouting that this time he wouldn't miss his finishing blow. Full of confidence, he swung the hammer with all his might, certain it would land squarely on its target. But to his utter shock, Jaehyeon dodged the strike with perfect timing, slipping away as the warrior's hammer missed by mere inches. The man screamed in disbelief as he watched his attack fail before his eyes. Jaehyeon moved with astonishing speed, sliding his sword beneath the warrior's massive arm, slicing through his body with precision. The warrior staggered backward, blood bursting from the deep gash in his chest, while the skeleton attacked from another angle. The remaining two thieves watched in shock, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. One of them shouted in disbelief, his voice trembling as he called out to his companions. Jaehyeon ordered the skeleton to launch another attack, prompting its eyes to glow a brilliant blue in preparation for the command. Together, they dashed forward at incredible speed, closing the distance between them and their opponents in mere seconds. One of the thieves began to scream, begging them to stop so they could talk, but Jaehyeon ignored him entirely. With a swift, coordinated strike, Jaehyeon and the skeleton delivered a double blow that landed with incredible force. Both thieves were knocked off their feet, their cries of pain echoing through the forest. The force of the blows sent them flying through the air, while Jaehyeon and the skeleton stood firmly in place, surrounded by a wave of blue energy they had unleashed. Jaehyeon turned away, coldly stating that he knew exactly what kind of people they were. He added that they always betrayed those who trusted them and robbed them of everything. Slowly, he stepped toward one of the wounded thieves and told him that such a trick might have worked on him in the past, but no longer. The injured thief began to plead for mercy, promising to give Jaehyeon everything he had in exchange for his life. But Jaehyeon was unmoved, cutting him off with two simple words, declaring that he no longer trusted humans. Without hesitation, he struck the man with a finishing blow, ending his life in an instant. A system notification appeared on the screen, announcing that the player Ralph had died and that 8 watches had been dropped without an owner. Jaehyeon looked down at the spoils, calmly stating that in the current situation, there was only one logical choice: to make the most of these rewards, starting with the clothes. Meanwhile, the skeleton, seemingly venting its frustration, aggressively kicked the corpse of the massive warrior. Though blood covered its bones, the skeleton seemed oddly moved as it looked at Jaehyeon. Sensing its unease, Jaehyeon gently asked if the skeleton wanted something for itself. He approached the skeleton, reaching out to envelop it in a magical blue light that healed its injuries. The skeleton, clearly excited, lifted its sword high as it stood proudly in its new pair of pants, looking every bit the warrior it had become. Jaehyeon laughed and asked if it really liked its new look that much. Then, in a calm tone, he remarked that appearance didn't matter in a game. What truly mattered was the core of one's strength. Despite this, Jaehyeon couldn't help but show off as he walked around in his newly acquired outfit. He chuckled slightly, whispering to the skeleton that the war watches they had obtained were truly a treasure. He explained that when a player's war watch was sold, a random item from its inventory was dropped as loot. These items could range from rare pieces like the Black Goblin pants and a sword infused with the essence of an ancient tree to curse skill books and even money, all of which made Jaehyeon laugh greedily as he described it as a real stroke of luck. Jaehyeon then said that these spoils had allowed him to create something new at an unexpectedly fast pace. He raised his hand to reveal a uniquely designed golden mask, smiling as he commented that he had finished crafting it even faster than he had anticipated. From now on, he would begin recording his gameplay, and to do so, he needed to build a strong identity to suit his new goals. He affirmed to himself that creating a distinctive persona would be crucial for the next stage of his journey. At that moment, Jaehyeon's expression shifted as he recalled a conversation about something similar. He sat proudly before a guild member, his enthusiasm unmistakable as he presented a bold idea. He suggested that if all the guild members wore the Jaehyeon mask, it would spread like wildfire. After a moment of contemplation, the man agreed with the idea, prompting Jaehyeon to smile widely. With excitement, he announced that the new guild would be named Jaehyeon Mask. He then looked down at the mask in his hands and paused, reflecting on how he had once considered creating a completely different identity. But in the end, he decided to stick with his original path. Lifting the mask into the air, he infused it with a glowing blue magical energy, declaring that he would no longer allow anyone to steal his achievements or belongings. Anger flashed across his face as he whispered with determination that he would use this mask to prove the legitimacy of his decisions and his worth. After putting the mask on, Jaehyeon turned to the skeleton and said it was time to go. His expression was now serious, his energy fueled by anticipation for the challenges ahead. The scene shifted to a cracked mountainous region resembling ancient ruins, with a gate at its center. Jaehyeon and the skeleton stepped through the gate, triggering a system message confirming they had entered the Baima Mountain Cave dungeon. Inside, Jaehyeon moved leisurely along the stone walls, commenting that he expected to encounter blue wolves in this dungeon. He added that the dungeon would not be easy, but now that his gear had improved, he felt confident that he could complete it in just 10 minutes. With excitement, Jaehyeon ran through the dungeon's narrow passageways, the skeleton following closely behind, fully prepared for whatever might come. However, several hours later, Jaehyeon puzzled as to why no monsters had appeared yet. Suddenly, he shouted in confusion, asking if there were no monsters in the dungeon at all. He muttered angrily, remarking that the situation seemed strange. If someone had already cleared the dungeon, a system message should have appeared. Suspicion crept into his thoughts, and he began to suspect it might be a system glitch. His eyes froze as he noticed something on the wall. He quickly moved closer to touch a swirling mass of glowing purple energy. In astonishment, he remarked that it was something completely different. The vortex began to rapidly expand, drawing in the surrounding air as though opening a new gate. A message appeared, informing him that he had discovered an instant dungeon called the Stage and asking whether he wanted to enter. Jaehyeon knew that instant dungeons appeared randomly inside regular ones, and that progress in the original dungeon would pause until the instant dungeon was completed. These instant dungeons were notoriously more difficult, offering better rewards, but at a greater risk. The catch was that the player had no choice but to either clear the dungeon or die trying. There was no third option. Jaehyeon considered backing out. He thought it would be smarter to avoid the risk, especially since dying would lock him out of the game for 2 days. He could use that time to complete other missions instead. But in the next moment, his expression shifted. He stood tall, firmly stating to himself that all he needed was to complete it. Without hesitation, he walked into the portal, ready to face whatever challenges lay beyond. As soon as he entered, a blinding light engulfed him, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. When the light faded, Jaehyeon found himself standing in a vast arena, reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum, with himself and the skeleton at the center. Looking around, Jaehyeon wondered aloud if this was some kind of arena duel. Despite the nerves tightening in his chest, he asked what kind of opponent they might be facing. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and Jaehyeon glanced around in confusion, asking what was happening. Then, without warning, a massive werewolf-like creature appeared, standing tall before them. It glared menacingly, ready to strike. The giant werewolf roared, its terrifying sound echoing through the arena. A label appeared above it, identifying it as a corrupted werewolf, with no level displayed. Jaehyeon took a step back in disbelief, repeating the word corrupted under his breath. He wondered why such a powerful monster would appear in a place like this. Before he could think further, the beast charged at them with immense fury, launching its first attack. The shockwave of the strike rippled through the arena, and Jaehyeon was struck directly by the blow. It sent him flying backward, crashing painfully into the wall. Meanwhile, the arena was clouded in dust and smoke, and the skeleton stood amidst it, startled by what had just happened to Jaehyeon. The skeleton planted its feet firmly into the ground and raised its sword, the low sound it made signaling its readiness to defend to the end. Despite the danger, Jaehyeon stood up again, smirking sarcastically. He chuckled, remarking on how absurd the situation was becoming. Then, he laughed loudly, as if the surprises wouldn't stop today. He noted that corrupted monsters were usually tied to main quests, making him lucky to have encountered one now. With a sly grin, he ordered the skeleton to prepare for battle, joking that if they didn't defeat this monster, they wouldn't be eating dinner tonight. With a confident grin, Jaehyeon charged directly at the beast, eager to begin the fight. The skeleton already stood firm, and together, they advanced quickly and cautiously toward their opponent. The skeleton raised its sword high, and Jaehyeon used it as leverage to propel himself into the air, leaping high above the werewolf. The corrupted beast looked up in surprise, watching Jaehyeon as he prepared to strike from above. Excitement flickered across the werewolf's face, its eyes gleaming as though it were about to enjoy a delicious meal. At the same time, Jaehyeon summoned dark energy from within himself, preparing a new skill to unleash on the beast. Dark purple energy surged into his weapon, and with a fierce declaration, he activated the skill, Demon's Curse. As the skill took effect, the dark energy coiled around the werewolf, and shock spread across its face. The attack struck directly, causing the beast to stagger back with a cry of pain. Jaehyeon's blow successfully severed its arm. An assist message confirmed that the skill had been activated and that the enemy's attributes had decreased by 10%. Jaehyeon smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging that the skill wasn't bad for a first-time use. However, the monster wasn't finished. It roared in anger and resumed its attack, launching a furious punch at Jaehyeon. He braced himself for impact, but before the blow could land, a new notification flashed on the screen, announcing that the corrupted werewolf had entered a berserk state and that all status effect had been completely removed. Jaehyeon let out a dry laugh, sarcastically acknowledging how foolish it was to think that an instant dungeon would be that easy. At that moment, he knew it was time to use a special skill he had been saving for later. He raised his hand, pressing the device on his wrist to activate the new ability. A surge of immense dark blue energy erupted from his body, enveloping him in a wave of power. A spiral of energy formed around him, shooting into the sky as the ground trembled beneath his feet. Then, in a blinding flash, the energy burst outward, flooding the entire arena with light. When the glow faded, Jaehyeon stood revealed in a new set of armor, cloaked in dark energy. He declared with confidence that he was ready to continue the fight. This was the effect of his special skill, Slot On, one of the unique features in the game Warlord. The skill temporarily granted the user enhanced power drawn directly from the game's world. It activated an enhanced form, granting Jaehyeon temporary supernatural strength. This form was unique to each player, varying in appearance and offering individual enhancements. Players had collectively agreed to call this form Ultimate Mode. Jaehyeon now stood in his new form, enveloped in a brilliant blue aura. Raising his hand with renewed confidence, he prepared himself for the next phase of the battle. On the opposite side, the corrupted werewolf let out a horrifying roar, baring its massive fangs and glaring at Jaehyeon with savage intensity. With a terrifying speed, the werewolf lunged toward him. Cloaked in dark blue energy against the intensified werewolf's movements, Jaehyeon prepared to face the beast. The creature dashed sideways, its claws raised to strike with a powerful blow. It unleashed a rapid series of attacks, but Jaehyeon skillfully dodged each one, narrowly avoiding a swipe that came dangerously close. As the werewolf's claws slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater, Jaehyeon seized the moment, leaping away just in time to avoid another devastating strike. Jaehyeon realized then that this wasn't just any monster. Its speed and raw power made it a formidable opponent. If he took just a few more hits, the battle could easily end in the creature's favor. With a calm smile, he muttered to himself that he had a plan. He unleashed a sharp blue wave from his sword, aimed directly at the beast. The wave struck the corrupted werewolf, sending it reeling backward in pain. Jaehyeon stood firm, ready for more, his calm demeanor unshaken. This, he thought, was exactly what made the game so enjoyable, facing challenges like this. But in the next moment, his expression changed. He looked up in shock as the beast leapt high into the air, coming down with enormous force. Jaehyeon quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the massive impact. As he dodged, he remembered that the beast was now in its berserk state, a phase that dramatically increased its power. As he got thrown in the air, Jaehyeon found the werewolf standing directly behind him. Its glowing red eyes locked onto him, and it prepared to strike. Just as he fell toward the wolf, Jaehyeon taunted the creature, asking if it had forgotten something. At that moment, the skeleton appeared between Jaehyeon and the beast, raising its sword with determination. It delivered a powerful strike that severed the werewolf's arm, creating an opening for Jaehyeon to regain his footing. With the opening created, Jaehyeon shouted to the skeleton, urging it to execute the move they had trained for together. His voice was filled with confidence, and he felt ready to finish the fight. The werewolf was taken aback when it saw the two of them rushing toward it at incredible speed. Unable to react in time, Jaehyeon and the skeleton landed their strikes with surgical precision. The beast's body began to tear apart under the force of the double attack, breaking down into multiple small pieces with no resistance. A message appeared confirming the corrupted werewolf had been slain, followed immediately by a notification stating that the slot-on feature had been deactivated. Jaehyeon smiled with satisfaction after the battle, calmly commenting that the result wasn't bad at all for such a fast-paced fight. A quest card appeared, confirming the completion of the Subjugate the Monsters Around the Cave of Bima Cave mission. As a reward, he earned 10 gold coins. Additional notifications flooded the screen, confirming that the skeleton had defeated a powerful monster and that its skill had been upgraded to rank E. They also earned 20,865 gold along with a werewolf skull and werewolf hide. Jaehyeon cheerfully pointed out that the rewards were truly valuable, adding that it felt like all their hard work had paid off. After the battle ended, another message appeared before Jaehyeon. It informed him that he had obtained the rare, corrupted tracker necklace. This item belonged to the unique Chronicle type item class and increased all stats related to classification by 18 points. Jaehyeon was surprised by the item's high rank, considering its non-tradable status. He wondered how something could be non-tradable and still superior to standard unique items. Realizing just how rare it was, he noticed the name Corrupted Tracker on the item, making him pause for a moment. He started wondering if it was connected to what he suspected about the main quest. Immediately afterward, 3 glowing windows appeared, announcing the registration of 3 new titles on his account. The first, Promising Rookie, granted a 3% increase to both intelligence and magic, exactly what he had been aiming for. The second, Challenger of Heroes, boosted his endurance by 3 points, a fitting reward after completing the instant dungeon solo. But what truly took him by surprise was the third title, Corrupted Tracker. He hadn't expected that at all, and it left him genuinely astonished. He confirmed to himself that this title was tied to the first chapter of the main quest line called Corruption Counter, which increased the significance of everything he had just obtained. This main quest line formed the backbone of the Warlord game world, intricately woven into a vast narrative involving central characters and major bosses. Due to the exceptional rewards it offered, every player aspired to take part in it, making it the most sought-after content in the entire game. Jaehyeon recalled his past life, where he had barely reached Chapter 4 of the quest line. Now, however, he had managed to unlock its beginning at a much earlier stage, and the significance of this moment hit him like a wave. He realized that what was happening couldn't simply be luck. A smile crept across his face as he raised his voice, declaring that he had truly found a real treasure. With a contented laugh, he initiated the logout sequence, still in disbelief over his achievements. The scene shifted back to the real world. Breaking news was being broadcast on the screen. Guild Hydra had officially entered the final chapter of the Count Corruption scenario, aiming to complete it within 3 months. Jaehyeon sat silently before the screen, a cup in hand, his face marked by deep contemplation. He wasn't sure whether to feel pride or frustration at the speed of others' progress. Sarcastically, he commented on his own fortune, his frustration evident as he lamented the fact that someone had already reached the final chapter of the quest. If he entered now, there'd be nothing left for him to achieve, and it irked him deeply. He wondered aloud whether he should stop trying for now and instead prepare for the next chapter later on, allowing others to get ahead while he regrouped. But after a brief moment of silence, something sparked within him. A look of inspiration crossed his face, and he suddenly realized something that shifted his whole perspective. The entire world was currently focused on the Count Corruption quest, which was nearing its conclusion. As the first major quest in the game, it occurred to him that releasing a video about it now would go viral, making it a golden marketing opportunity. He began imagining the number of views his video could rack up, picturing himself as a king sitting on a throne, surrounded by wealth and success. Laughing triumphantly, he told himself it was fortunate he had recorded every moment of his gameplay. Now realizing that editing and uploading it immediately to the video platform would be his big break. He added that editing was the key to making the video shine, and he couldn't entrust such an important task to just anyone. It needed someone who knew how to make a video look professional, someone who could take his footage and elevate it. He decided to reach out to someone known in his past life as the god of editing, assuring himself that this was the right person for the job. The scene shifted to a girl with pink hair and glasses, eating noodles while watching something on her phone. She was known as Editor Romani. As she scrolled through her feed, a notification popped up requesting video editing for a dungeon clear video from a player named Hyrkan, listed as level 15. She was initially surprised by the request, laughing sarcastically as she questioned what kind of video a newbie like that could possibly offer after clearing a dungeon. She assumed he was just another rich beginner trying to show off online. But suddenly, her expression shifted. She jumped up from her seat, a gasp escaping her lips, as if she had found something completely unexpected. She leaned toward the screen, her eyes locked on it with intense focus, and whispered to herself that she had found it. Romani, the freelance video editor known by the nickname Hellmouth, was staring at her phone, her face filled with astonishment. She shouted with excitement, clearly elated that she had found her inspiration. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, a woman stood in her luxurious apartment, gazing out at the sprawling cityscape while holding a tablet in her hands. As she calmly observed the view, an employee rushed into the room, addressing her as director and asking if she had called for him. The woman informed him that a new video related to the Count Corruption quest had just been uploaded. She explained that the video was particularly intriguing because it featured a level 15 player defeating a corrupted werewolf alone, an achievement that had never been done before. Shocked, the employee confirmed that their team had reviewed the footage and confirmed that the player's level was indeed low. He suggested that, based on this, there was no immediate need to give the video much attention. On the other hand, the woman admitted, she personally found the video enjoyable. She smiled, confident in her assessment. She said that she wanted this player. With unwavering determination, she added that she wanted him brought to her immediately. At that moment, her identity was revealed. She was Celine Chai, the top figure in the financial world, and the ace of the massive Thunder group in the world of Warlord. However, in the game, she was known as Sir, the Queen of Thunder, the very person who had schemed against Jaehyeon in the previous timeline. Jaehyeon felt a wave of disbelief wash over him as he stared at the post he had uploaded earlier in the day. The view count had surged far beyond his expectations, reaching 6,000 views in just a few short hours. The number left him almost speechless, especially when he remembered how long it had taken him in his previous life to reach a similar milestone. Back then, it had taken months of hard work, consistent uploads, and countless hours to see such numbers. Now, the same achievement had arrived almost effortlessly, and it was all happening so quickly that he could hardly believe it. As Jaehyeon continued to study the post, something else caught his attention. A message had been left by Ramani, the first person to ever reach out to him. Jaehyeon immediately recognized the name, and it surprised him even more. Known for being a reserved and enigmatic figure, Ramani rarely initiated contact with anyone. In fact, in his past life, Ramani had been the type of person who kept to herself, maintaining a mysterious and distant image. For someone like Ramani to reach out first was out of character, and that alone made Jaehyeon feel unsettled. What intrigued him even more was the content of the message. Ramani hadn't simply left a generic comment. She had expressed genuine curiosity about when Jaehyeon would be posting his next video. That was when Jaehyeon realized he didn't have a plan for another video. He hadn't anticipated such attention so soon, and he certainly hadn't thought ahead about future content. His mind raced, and he understood that finding another rare monster like the corrupted werewolf, an enemy that had made his first video so captivating, wouldn't be easy. But as the minutes passed, Jaehyeon began to formulate an idea. Determined to come up with something else worth recording, he set his mind on preparing for the future. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a ranker named Shev was completely absorbed in Jaehyeon's video. He had already replayed it multiple times, each time drawn in by the smoothness and precision of Jaehyeon's movements. There was something mesmerizing about the way Jaehyeon fought, how every action was deliberate and flawless. Shev found it hard to look away, and no matter how many times he watched, he never grew tired of it. As he continued to watch, Shev's gaze shifted to Jaehyeon's face. There was something vaguely familiar about it. He couldn't place where he had seen it before, but the image of Jaehyeon's face kept nagging at him, as though it should trigger some memory. It felt like someone he should know, but the connection remained elusive. Puzzled and slightly uneasy, Shev decided to share the video with Yell. He hoped that maybe someone else could shed some light on the mystery. Yell watched the video with a detached interest, but she didn't seem nearly as affected as Shev. She casually brushed off his concerns, suggesting that perhaps he had simply watched the video too many times. She suggested that was probably why Jaehyeon's face now seemed so familiar to him. Shev considered the possibility, but something about it didn't sit right. There was a detail about Jaehyeon's performance that continued to stand out. Despite being a beginner, Jaehyeon's movements showed no sign of hesitation or awkwardness. They were as fluid and confident as any seasoned fighter. Shev couldn't help but admire this, and he found himself thinking that Jaehyeon was unlike anyone he had ever seen. He even compared him to powerful necromancers and skilled combat experts, thinking that Jaehyeon might truly be a genius. The thought of a duel with Jaehyeon was irresistible to Shev. He longed to test his own skills against someone he regarded as so extraordinary, but he wasn't sure if Jaehyeon would ever agree to such a challenge. As Shev pondered this idea, Yell suddenly interrupted his tirade, reminding him that they had a live video session starting in just a few minutes. She told him he needed to get ready, snapping Shev back to reality. Shev had completely forgotten about the live event. Hearing Yell mention that over 200,000 people had already bought tickets to see his performance jolted him into action. With that number in mind, he quickly resolved to give his fans the best performance he could. As the live stream began, Shev was greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of his fans. Their loud support filled the air as they called out his name, welcoming him with excitement. Shev stood before the dungeon entrance, ready to step through the gate as it materialized in front of him. He had been waiting for this moment, and now the opportunity was finally here. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon was already at the Figus Castle Guild branch, hoping to collect a new quest. However, when he approached the staff, they informed him that no quests were available at that time. Jaehyeon had expected that there might be only a few quests, but he hadn't anticipated that there would be none at all. The news left him feeling disheartened, and he started to entertain the thought that he might need to pause his video-making endeavors due to the situation. Mulling his circumstances at a table, Jaehyeon heard Hotan's greeting, who had emerged from the back. Hotan quickly recognized Jaehyeon as the adventurer who had cleared the dungeon in Baima Mountain. When Jaehyeon heard someone speaking his name, he lifted his head and immediately remembered that Hotan was the one who had given him that quest. Hotan walked over and introduced himself, then asked if Jaehyeon could spare a few minutes for a conversation. Jaehyeon agreed, and Hotan began to explain that he had heard about a mutant being discovered inside the Baima Mountain Cave. Jaehyeon was confused because he didn't recall any quest mentioning a mutant. However, he did recall seeing a werewolf with unusual eyes during his time in the cave. Hotan listened intently, believing Jaehyeon's words without hesitation, and began to wonder aloud if the creature Jaehyeon had encountered was possibly affected by the dark power of the corrupt ones. Still confused, Jaehyeon asked what Hotan meant by corruption. Hotan explained that even the Raiders Association had not yet been able to clearly identify what these corrupted beings really were, but was certain that the strange power emanating from them was the cause of many monsters becoming increasingly wild in recent times. Hotan was convinced that the dark force behind these creatures was the source of much of the chaos spreading across the land, and he warned Jaehyeon that many people may have already fallen victim to this corruption without even realizing it. Given the growing threat, Hotan revealed that the Raiders Association had placed a bounty on the corrupted beings, hoping that brave adventurers would step up to stop them. Before Hotan could finish explaining, Jaehyeon stood up with a determined look in his eyes and reached out, grabbing Hotan's hand. He told Hotan that he wanted to help, and he saw this mission as a hidden quest, one worth pursuing no matter the danger. Although Hotan initially thought it was too soon for someone like Jaehyeon to take on such a perilous task, Jaehyeon's unwavering resolve made it clear that he wasn't going to back down. Seeing this, Hotan reluctantly agreed, deciding to give Jaehyeon a chance based on how well he performed in the future. Hotan then spoke of a person named Ahimbri, who resided in Bangsu Castle, the eastern counterpart of Figus Castle. He explained that Ahimbri was the perfect person to train Jaehyeon, to prepare him for the real dangers that lay ahead. Hotan promised to write Jaehyeon a letter of recommendation, which he could present to Ahimbri. Once Ahimbri received the letter, he was expected to give Jaehyeon a rare skill book to aid in his training and growth. Without wasting any time, Hotan wrote the letter and handed it to Jaehyeon. As soon as Jaehyeon received it, a surge of joy filled him. His heart raced with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed out of the building, overwhelmed by the opportunity that lay ahead. He could hardly believe what was happening. The thought of becoming Ahimbri's student was almost surreal. Ahimbri wasn't just any teacher. He was one of the 7 disciples of the great mage Boken, a figure highly respected in the world of magic, known for his expertise and for providing rare and powerful skill books. Ahimbri was an NPC that many mages could only dream of meeting. Jaehyeon knew that receiving training from Ahimbri would be an incredible honor, and he could feel his future in magic starting to take shape. Jaehyeon thought to himself that with proper training under Ahimbri, he would no longer need to worry about finding enough material for his future videos. This new path could be the key to everything changing for him, offering more opportunities and content than he had ever imagined. As he ran toward Bangsu Castle, eager to meet Ahimbri, a sudden realization hit him. There was something important he had to do first. He quickly stopped in his tracks and changed his course, heading to a quiet spot where he could focus. Once in a secluded area, Jaehyeon summoned his skeleton shard skill, which he had neglected to check after his last major battle. He had received some rewards from that fight, and one of them was a special skill that he hadn't sold. This skill had come from the werewolf with the strange eyes, and Jaehyeon was eager to put it to use. He decided to apply the skill to the skeleton fragment. As soon as he did, the system notified him that the skeleton warrior had gained the special trait of werewolf toughness, making it considerably stronger and more durable in battle. Next, Jaehyeon pulled out another item from his inventory, the necklace of the corrupted tracker. Rather than using it on another creature, as he had originally planned, he decided to equip it himself. Immediately, his stats increased, including his strength, agility, and various other class-related attributes. With that, he felt prepared and confident, knowing that he had completed the necessary preparations. But Jaehyeon wasn't done yet. He cast another skeleton shard through two other identical copies. He gave each one specific instructions. Always fight together as a team in battle, and work in harmony without any internal conflict. Satisfied with his orders, he was about to leave when he wondered about the kind of monsters spawned nearby. From the dense forest, a level 25 forest bear suddenly lunged at Jaehyeon, its massive form crashing toward him with surprising speed. Jaehyeon managed to dodge just in time, but his brief moment of relief was cut short as the bear became more agitated, its aggression escalating. Realizing this, Jaehyeon quickly signaled one of his skeletons to retaliate. The skeleton rushed in for an assault, moving with speed, but the forest bear reacted swiftly. With a powerful swipe of its claws, it sent the skeleton flying, crashing to the ground in a heap. Watching this, Jaehyeon's frustration mounted. He had expected more from the skeleton, and internally, he scolded it for making such a direct, obvious attack. He had given clear instructions to approach from the bear's blind spot, not to charge head-on. Without wasting any time, Jaehyeon issued another command to a different skeleton. This one charged at the bear as well, but the result was the same. Once again, the bear reacted with a swift and powerful strike, sending the second skeleton tumbling to the ground, just like the first. Jaehyeon's irritation deepened. He had given explicit instructions, yet the second skeleton had failed to learn from the first. He could hardly believe that both had made the same mistake. The third skeleton, however, stepped forward with an air of overconfidence, seemingly believing it could succeed where the others had failed. Jaehyeon watched with a sliver of hope, hoping this one might prove different, but the outcome was no better. The skeleton lunged at the bear, but the bear's claws struck it down with ease, just as it had with the others. Jaehyeon was left even more frustrated than before. Later, the three skeletons knelt before Jaehyeon, each holding its skull in its hands as if ashamed of their failures. With a sigh, Jaehyeon gestured for them to place their skulls back onto their spine. He took a moment to lecture them, explaining in simple terms that when a monster is attacked, it naturally turns toward the direction of the attack. That's why they needed to approach from the bear's blind spot, not head-on, where it could easily see them coming. Yet, none of the skeletons able to understand Jaehyeon's explanation. As Jaehyeon reflected on the situation, he remembered the effect of the necklace of the corrupted tracker. His skill rank had increased, and he now had the ability to summon 3 skeletons at once instead of just one. This newfound power gave him a sense of progress, though he knew there was still much to learn. Despite the advantage of having 3 skeletons, a new problem has surfaced for Jaehyeon. They still cannot function as a cohesive team. Though they share the knowledge he imparts, they lack an understanding of teamwork and how to coordinate effectively in battle. Worse yet, maintaining all 3 skeletons costs him 3 times the mana, and their performance is subpar, far worse than the original skeleton. Jaehyeon feels disappointed by the outcome. However, there is a small victory. He has reached level 20, just as he had planned. With that milestone achieved, he briefly considers taking a break from making combat videos. Yet, he knows he can't afford to rest just yet. Jaehyeon then orders the skeletons to stand up. They will continue training until they reach Bangsu Castle. He had originally hoped that he could leave the fighting to his summoned minions and enjoy a more relaxed lifestyle, the kind that most necromancers dream of. But the reality is much different. He understands now that, at least for the time being, he must remain on the front lines, directly involved in the battles himself. Meanwhile, inside the Bangsu Castle branch of the Raiders Association, The atmosphere is chaotic. The building is filled with raiders, each one eagerly awaiting the chance to take on their next challenge. When a lone raider emerges from one of the main hallways, the crowd immediately swarms him. Dozens rush toward him at once, hungry to learn what quest he has been given. The energy in the room is frantic, as if they are desperate to snatch up whatever scraps of quests they can find. Jaehyeon stands off to the side, silently observing the scene. To him, the raiders resemble hyenas fighting over a carcass, desperate and greedy. He finds their behavior pathetic, especially since many of them seem to rely on others to do the work for them, rather than putting in any effort themselves. With little interest, Jaehyeon ignored the chaos and heads for the staircase. As he begins to ascend, one of the raiders approaches him, trying to strike up a conversation. Jaehyeon shuts him down immediately with a cold response, knowing that he must keep his true intentions hidden, especially the fact that he is there for the Ahimbri quest. This is a hidden quest, and if anyone were to find out, they might try to interfere. To avoid drawing any more attention, Jaehyeon pulls out a sealed letter as he climbs the stairs. He hands it to a staff on duty, explaining that he has a letter of recommendation from Hotan. The raider reads the letter briefly, nods in recognition, and directs Jaehyeon to proceed to the second floor. Without hesitation, Jaehyeon moves forward, even as other raiders begin shoving and pushing behind him, shouting that they want to join his party. The staff quickly intervenes, blocking them from following. As Jaehyeon walks toward the designated room, his thoughts shift to the potential rewards of the hidden quest. He wonders if Ahimbri, the one who will train him, has something truly valuable to offer. His hope is to establish a lasting connection with Ahimbri, someone who could become a powerful ally in the future. But when he opens the door to Ahimbri's office, he is stunned by what he finds. The room is a complete mess. Piles of books, scrolls, documents, and strange magical items are scattered across every surface. Dust fills the air, and the only sign of life is a figure slumped behind a mountain of books. Ahimbri is asleep, half buried beneath the weight of his own research. As Jaehyeon steps inside, the noise of the door opening stirs Ahimbri awake. Confused and disoriented, Ahimbri looks up and mutters that he doesn't recall having any appointment scheduled for the day. Jaehyeon introduces himself calmly, using his game name, Hyrkan, and presents the letter of recommendation from Hotan. Ahimbri lazily takes the letter, reads it over, and raises an eyebrow. He comments that Jaehyeon still looks like a trainee black mage, but supposes there must be some skill involved if Hotan went through the trouble of sending him. Jaehyeon gives a short and modest response, claiming that he simply got lucky. His primary concern at the moment is receiving the reward. Ahimbri eventually hands over the promised rewards, and as soon as Jaehyeon takes them, the system interface responds with a notification. Jaehyeon stands in stunned silence, watching the screen as it displays the rewards: a skill book titled Bone Armor and another titled Madness Helm. Both items emit a faint glow, marking them as rare and possibly high-tier skills. Jaehyeon stands frozen, hardly able to believe that not one, but two valuable skill books were handed to him so easily. His mind races, overwhelmed by how significant this reward is for a single hidden quest. As he stares in disbelief, Ahimbri casually remarks that their business is finished. The system interface follows with a confirmation. The teachings of Ahimbri quest has been completed. Jaehyeon, still recovering from the surprise, finds it hard to process how abruptly the quest has ended. He had expected a longer series of tasks, or at least a continuation, but instead, he's already being dismissed. The books around the room begin to move and block Jaehyeon for following, subtly guiding Jaehyeon toward the exit. Desperate not to let this opportunity slip away, Jaehyeon shouts out, offering that he's willing to do anything. He hopes his words will buy him another chance to deepen his relationship with Ahimbri. Just as he is about to be pushed out of the room, Ahimbri reaches out and grasps his hand firmly. A strange smile appears on his face, one that mixes amusement and mischief. With a low voice, he asks if Jaehyeon truly means that. At that moment, the system interface pops up once again. A new quest appears, titled Bring the Egg from the Nest. The description is brief and vague, but most notably, it clearly states that there will be no reward for completing the task. That's when Jaehyeon realizes it. He's been tricked. Ahimri had deliberately baited him into accepting another task, using his own eagerness against him, without even knowing the risks or the full details. Meanwhile, outside the Raiders Association, a heavily armored raider clad in a full set of heavy iron gear walked through the street with a calm but deliberate step. His presence draws the attention of passers-by. As he stops in front of the building, he mutters to himself that this must be the place where the man who wore the Hahom mask was. Jaehyeon felt utterly dejected after realizing he had been scammed by an NPC. He had thought that a Himbri would give him a quest tied to the main storyline, and the fact that the quest offered no reward only deepened his frustration. He couldn't help but feel betrayed, believing that he was being misled. As he muttered about his bad luck, one of the nearby raiders overheard his comment, and, together with several others, they charged toward him. Completely caught off guard, Jaehyeon hesitated, unsure of what to do next. Before he could do anything, an armored knight appeared in front of him, standing between him and pushing the raiders off. The knight spoke calmly, stating that he wanted to talk to Jaehyeon somewhere quiet. Jaehyeon didn't recognize the man, and, instinctively, he prepared to refuse. However, when the knight suddenly addressed him as Mr. Hahom Mask, Jaehyeon's expression turned serious, and his posture stiffened. This was no ordinary encounter. Later, in a quiet alley, the two stood face to face. The armored knight apologized for the earlier disturbance, explaining that he hadn't thought they could talk properly with so many people around. He slowly pressed his war watch to remove his helmet, revealing his face. Jaehyeon's eyes studied the man's gear, recognizing the high level of craftsmanship. This knight was no ordinary player. He was at least a ranker. Still, Jaehyeon couldn't place him in his memory, and a sense of unease settled in. Who was this man, and how did he know about him? The knight then asked if Jaehyeon was Hahom Mask. Choosing to play ignorant, Jaehyeon claimed that he had followed the knight out here simply because he wanted to talk and that he didn't know who Hahom Mask was. The knight seemed unfazed by the response, but he then asked if Jaehyeon had received a quest from an NPC named a Himbri. In response, Jaehyeon challenged him, asking why he should share any information. He even dared the knight, provoking him by suggesting that if the man was so confident, he could risk his account and kill him. Jaehyeon acted this way to test the knight's reaction, to see how far he was willing to go for information. After a brief pause, the knight surprised Jaehyeon by suddenly bowing deeply and extending his hand, offering a handshake. He seemed regretful and apologized for his earlier behavior. Though still cautious, Jaehyeon accepted the handshake, signaling that he would let the matter go this time. Without another word, Jaehyeon turned to leave, but the armored knight stayed still, watching him with an unreadable expression. A few moments later, another figure emerged from the shadows. This new figure, a woman who had been watching from a distance, stated that she didn't believe Jaehyeon was the person they were looking for. The armored knight agreed, noting that Jaehyeon clearly lacked the skills of a top-level player. He added that if one had been playing Warlord for any significant period of time, one would never have made the mistake of carelessly stretching out his arm with his war watch so visibly exposed. As he spoke, the knight wiped his palm with a handkerchief, his face reflecting disgust. The woman in the shadows then spoke about their surveillance of a Himbri, mentioning that the Corrupt Count quest was nearing completion. Even if their involvement were discovered now, there would be no consequences. However, the armored knight disagreed, emphasizing that the Egg of the Nest quest was part of the main storyline. This made the quest a significant risk, and the knight believed they couldn't afford to take any unnecessary chances. With that, the woman in the shadows said she would return to her position. Though still vigilant, quietly bid her farewell, the armored knight planning to meet her again later. As the woman disappeared into the darkness, Jaehyeon realized that he had never been with the armored knight or the woman in the shadows. Instead, he had been watching them from the window of a nearby building. Hidden against the wall, Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed as he studied their body language and listened to their words. The more he observed, the clearer it became. They were part of an organized group, an organization far more dangerous and secretive than he had initially realized. Their coordination, the way they communicated without the need for full explanations, was all the evidence Jaehyeon needed to understand that this was no coincidence. Jaehyeon silently observes that if the individuals had belonged to a typical player guild, they would have properly introduced themselves or at least attempted some form of negotiation when they assumed him for Haho Mask. Instead, they remained vague and suspicious, which alone indicated that they were not ordinary players. They were concealing something likely associated with a more secretive and dangerous group. Although Jaehyeon did not know their true identities, one thing was certain. They were far from average. Later, Jaehyeon was seen far from the city, deep within a quiet forest. He sat alone on top of a tree stump, lost in thought. His summoned skeletons moved through the drills he had set for them, the clacking of bones and the soft rustling of grass filling the silence. Despite his undead companions continuing their routines, Jaehyeon's mind remained focused on the event from earlier. He recalled the nest egg quest from a Himbri. Initially, it had seemed trivial or unrelated, but now he understood it better. There was something deeper at play, something that both the armored knight and the woman in the shadows knew. It became apparent to him that they must have seen his video, specifically the one where he, as Haho Mask, interacted with the corrupted wolf. That was likely how they tracked him. However, the fact that they had let him go without confirming his identity or attempting to stop him unsettled him. This could only mean one thing. They weren't concerned with who Haho Mask truly was. They were more interested in the quest itself. He couldn't help but feel a growing unease at this realization. Jaehyeon muttered to himself, his voice low and bitter. He couldn't fully comprehend the nature of his strange quest, but something told him that continuing down this path would only lead to further encounters with these mysterious individuals. It seemed as though they were always just one step behind him, waiting for him to make a move. The more he thought about it, the more it unsettled him. He even began to consider stopping his video uploads for a while, at least until he could figure out exactly what he was dealing with. The last thing he needed was to make himself an even bigger target. His frustration grew as he muttered again, wondering why his life seemed to be constantly entangled with such insane individuals. One problem after another, it felt like nothing ever stopped. Meanwhile, far from the forest, Jaehyeon emerged from her high-tech gaming pod. The chamber opened with a faint hiss, bathing the room in soft light. Her secretary, Park Suji, greeted her immediately, handing her a bottle of water while complimenting her on her hard work. Suji's eyes shone with admiration, but Jaehyeon only seemed distant. She took the bottle of water without enthusiasm, her expression cold and indifferent. When Suji asked how the guild entrance exam had gone, Jaehyeon responded casually, stating that the entire test had been a waste of time. She found every applicant to be useless, and none of them had met her expectations. Her mood darkened as she sat down, irritation growing as she tapped her fingers restlessly against the armrest. She then turned her focus to Suji, her sharp eyes narrowing as she asked if there had been any updates on Haho Mask, the masked player she had tasked her to investigate. Suji hesitated for a moment before responding, stating that it seemed like the person might have joined another guild. However, there had been no further responses or movement since then. Jaehyeon's expression immediately became sharp, her mood shifting into something far more dangerous. A cold, suffocating pressure filled the room, and Suji became visibly nervous. She quickly added that she would investigate further and bring back confirmed information as soon as possible. Jaehyeon gave a curt nod, standing up without looking at Suji. She brushed past her and spoke in a low, firm voice, instructing Suji not to return until she had something concrete. Just before leaving, Jaehyeon paused, turning back slightly to ask what the president had said about the ongoing situation. Suji swallowed nervously, her voice trembling as she informed Jaehyeon that the president had not said anything yet. Upon hearing this, Jaehyeon stood motionless, her gaze narrowing slightly. Her voice, when it came, was calm but laced with cold sarcasm. She remarked that the president's silence wasn't because he approved of her actions, but because Warlord, the game, was performing exceptionally well at the moment. She reminded Suji of how, when she had first expressed interest in playing the game, the president had tried to arrange a marriage for her without her consent, as though her future and value had no regard for her own will. His silence now was not approval's profit-driven patience. She was not fooled by this. She understood the game he was playing. It was clear to her that the president's silence was a reflection of his interest in the game's success, not her actions. She knew well that he would never support her unless it was beneficial to him. Without allowing further discussion, Jaehyeon gave Suji a new order. She instructed her to gather a completely fresh batch of applicants and report back to her by the next morning. The order was abrupt and left no room for negotiation. Suji's face drained of color at the impossible deadline, her eyes widening with shock. Her lips parted as if to protest, but she quickly caught herself, muttering under her breath, barely audible, that Jaehyeon really did have a terrible personality. Suji could feel the weight of Jaehyeon's words pressing down on her. It was always like this. There was no room for defiance or hesitation in Jaehyeon's world, only cold, calculating demands. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon arrived at the lizard swamp with his skeleton warriors in tow. His thoughts turned to a Himbri, who was now at Bangsu Castle, and he guessed that the quest must be close by. The quest was about finding an egg, and he figured the monster involved would likely be a bird, reptile, or insect type. Given his current level and abilities, the only place he could explore safely was the lizard swamp. He called one of his skeletons to remind it, to be mindful that the monsters in this area were known to be particularly strong and unpredictable. To prepare himself, he decided to use the skill he had learned earlier, Madness Helm. As he activated the skill, the skeleton's eye sockets glowed red, and a violent red aura began to emanate from it. Jaehyeon was surprised by how powerful the effect appeared. The skill had an intimidating presence, more so than he had anticipated. Curious about its full potential, he decided to test it by ordering the skeleton to attack him. But there was a risk involved. The skill might push the summon into a berserk state, losing all control. He issued a mental command, expecting the skeleton to obey with its usual mechanical precision. However, instead of responding with discipline, the creature began to convulse, its movements becoming erratic and wild. It erupted into a frenzy, behaving in a way that was both unnatural and unsettling. Reacting swiftly, Jaehyeon delivered a heavy punch that connected solidly with the skeleton's skull. The force of the blow sent it hurtling into the sky, before it landed like a ball nearby. Unfazed, Jaehyeon studied the aftermath with narrowed eyes. The berserk behavior seemed like an unintended consequence of the summoning system, or perhaps a flaw in the skill itself. The enhancement had failed to deliver the expected results, and the instability only reinforced his skepticism. A sense of dissatisfaction lingered as he wondered if the skill was more of a trap than an asset. Before he could reflect further, movement stirred behind him. From the thick mists of the swamp, a few figures emerged. A lizard man, towering and reptilian, stepping out of the muck with a guttural growl. Its scaled body glistened with moisture, and its claws flexed in anticipation of the fight. The creature's predatory gaze locked onto Jaehyeon, who acknowledged its presence with a calm glance. Seeing the lizard man as a perfect opportunity to test his newly enhanced skeletons, he extended his hand and began channeling magical energy into the remaining warriors. The enhancement spell took hold, red energy pulsing through their frames, filling them with newfound strength and aggression. A second spell, Bone Armor, activated, causing jagged bone plating to wrap around their forms, reinforcing their fragile structures with a defensive layer. With the transformation complete, Jaehyeon commanded the skeletal warriors to engage the enemy. They charged forward, their movements erratic but purposeful. Without hesitation, they descended upon the lizard man, unleashing a torrent of violent blows, their swords striking with brutal force. The air was thick with the sounds of the battle as the lizard man tried to retaliate, its claws slashing at the skeletons. However, the enhanced warriors pressed on, their relentless attacks overwhelming the creature. The battle intensified as the lizard men struggled to maintain its ground against the skeletal onslaught. Jaehyeon watched the scene unfold, his focus unwavering. This was exactly the kind of test he had been hoping for, a true challenge to see how effective his summons were under real combat conditions. The outcome of this fight would tell him whether his efforts had truly paid off or if there were still flaws in his strategy. The sound of cracking bones and tearing flesh echoed across the swamp as the skeletal fighters relentlessly overpowered their foes. Despite the chaos, their assault remained unwavering. Within minutes, 3 lizard men lay motionless in the muck, their bodies broken under the ferocity of the attack. A surge of energy rushed through Jaehyeon, and a notification confirmed his level up. The increase in strength reinvigorated his focus, solidifying his determination. He resolved to continue the hunt throughout the coming week, scouring the swamp in search of the elusive egg. If this region proved to be unrelated to the quest, he planned to relocate without hesitation, driven by the same relentless resolve that he expected from his summoned warriors. Unseen by Jaehyeon, a pair of observant eyes watched from a distance. Perched on a moss-covered rock, a female player observed the scene unfolding before her. Known as Ilya, she was recognized not only for her beauty, but also for her ability to manipulate those around her with ease. Throughout her life, she had moved with confidence, accustomed to admiration and assistance that required little effort. The illusion of control had shaped her experience, and she rarely encountered resistance. However, fate chose an inconvenient moment to humble her. As she shifted to get a better view, her foot slipped on the slick terrain. She lost her balance and fell face first into a shallow puddle of swamp water. Muck splashed across her figure, coating her carefully maintained appearance in grime. Rising slowly, Ilya's frustration mounted as she saw the filth clinging to her in thick layers. Her disdain for the environment deepened, and resentment lingered in her eyes as she took in the surroundings, now more miserable than before. Ilya's presence in the lizard man-infested swamp was the result of another's failure. One of her subordinates, a self-proclaimed slave who had insisted on escorting her to this region to level up, had died almost immediately after they arrived. His incompetence had cost him his life. Now, Ilya found herself stranded in a hostile environment far beyond her current capabilities. Her eyes soon landed on Jaehyeon, who stood out not just for his combat efficiency, but for his composure and strength. The skeletal warriors at his side obeyed his commands without question, and his expression remained calm even in the midst of violence. Ilya saw in him the perfect candidate for her next act. In her mind, he became a new potential tool, just another player to manipulate. She approached him with a practiced limp, clutching her leg with a pained expression. Her posture was fragile, her demeanor submissive, and she projected the image of a wounded beauty in desperate need of help. Confident that no man would turn down such a figure, especially not one like her, Ilya was sure that her charm would win him over. However, Jaehyeon didn't even spare her a glance. Without a word or gesture of acknowledgement, he calmly turned and walked away. His indifference cut deeper than any rejection she had ever received before. Ilya froze, disbelief taking hold. Her gaped open in shock as she tried to make sense of the moment. When the realization finally settled in, that she had been completely ignored, her expression shifted. Anger simmered beneath the surface. She bit her lower lip in frustration, barely restraining the urge to lash out. How could someone, especially someone like him, simply disregard her so easily? Meanwhile, Jaehyeon continued his progress through the region, killing more monsters with his skeletal warriors. His mind remained focused on the hunt, undistracted by the brief encounter with Ilya. The swamp was proving to be more dangerous than he had anticipated, but he remained resolute in his task. He would not stop until he found the egg or determined that the quest led elsewhere. No matter how far he travels, however Ilya persists. She follows him at a distance, still limping and clutching at her supposed injury. Her performance remains unwavering, but Jaehyeon's patience is beginning to wear thin. He is far from oblivious to her presence. In fact, her continued shadowing, despite being clearly ignored, is starting to grate on him. This is a game, he thinks, and she should be playing it properly. Instead, she clings to the outdated belief that someone else will carry her forward, that her mere presence should be enough to draw assistance. His silence has been a form of resistance, a refusal to entertain such laziness. But her persistence is leaving him with no choice. The delay she causes is beginning to act as an obstacle to his progress. Eventually, he halts and turns toward her, his eyes narrowing. He demands to know what she actually wants. Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Ilya softens her posture. Her voice is quiet, fragile as she claims to have dropped her sword in a nearby swamp pit while trying to hunt. The story is simple but crafted carefully to invoke sympathy without appearing too dependent. She insists that she cannot retrieve it herself and needs his help. Jaehyeon agrees coldly, without ceremony. He informs her that once the weapon is retrieved, she is to leave him alone. His tone carries no warmth, no hint of kindness. However, Ilya masks her satisfaction behind a sweet smile and a breathy gratefulness. Internally, her thoughts are triumphant. To her, this small victory is enough. She believes she has broken through his cold exterior, manipulating the situation to her advantage. Soon, Jaehyeon and Ilya arrive at the swamp where her lost sword is supposedly located. Without wasting time, Jaehyeon issues a command to his skeleton warriors. They immediately move forward, stepping into the sludge with jerky precision, toward the sword embedded into the ground. As Ilya begins to express her gratitude in soft tones, her expression shifts ever so subtly. Behind her smile, a calculating thought takes shape. She reasons that necromancers are only as dangerous as their summons. And once separated from them, they are fragile, vulnerable. This belief emboldens her. Without warning, Ilya lunges forward to strike Jaehyeon, while his attention appears to be elsewhere. However, her attack is embarrassingly slow. Before she can even get close, Jaehyeon reacts. In one smooth motion, he grabs her wrist, halts the swing, and hurls her effortlessly into the same swamp from which her sword had been retrieved. The splash is loud and messy, and Ilya's surface is drenched, sputtering, and furious. Her voice trembles with rage as she declares that he won't get away with this, that her elite bodyguards will arrive soon and reduce him to ashes. Jaehyeon laughed as he mocked her, before lazily pointing behind her. Confused and disoriented, Ilya turns her head, only to find several lizard men emerging from the thickets of vines and muck. Their eyes glint with hostile intent, and their low growls vibrate through the humid air. Ilya screams, scrambling to gain footing in the slippery swamp. As the monsters begin closing in, Jaehyeon watches with detached amusement. He remarks that if she intended to scam someone, she should at least have tried harder. Her act had been transparent from the start. With a final glance, he orders his skeletons to move out, muttering that she had wasted enough of his time. As the group prepares to leave, Jaehyeon notices something unusual. The skeletons lag behind as one of them gestured weirdly, its postures oddly expressive. It almost seems as if it is practicing charm techniques, gestures and poses that mimic those often associated with seductive magic. Jaehyeon beats them up in irritation and barks at them to stop learning unnecessary, strange things. He warns them that he will personally destroy them if they continue down this path. Moments later, a notification flashes across his view. It informs him that Ilya has died. Curiously, he also receives assist points for her death. Despite not having dealt the killing blow himself, he raises an eyebrow, but doesn't delve too deeply into the matter. The swamp monsters had simply finished what he hadn't cared to start. As for her claims about bodyguards, he dismisses them with ease. A person like her, he reasons, is all bark and no bite. For him, the threat was hollow. What Jaehyeon doesn't realize, however, is that a group of well-armed players are watching the entire sequence unfold through a shared recording feature. These are the very fans Ilya spoke of, her actual love slaves, scattered across different regions in attempt to follow her until they got the video. Their faces remain unreadable as they replay the footage of Jaehyeon commanding his skeletons. The group observes in silence, their expressions betraying nothing, yet their intentions are clear. Deep within the dense forest, Jaehyeon stood over a man who knelt helplessly before him, his sword deeply embedded in the man's chest. This man was revealed to be one of Ilya's former slaves, still murmuring in a barely coherent voice about taking revenge on her behalf. Irritated and confused by the man's persistence, Jaehyeon questioned aloud why someone would go to such extremes for Ilya. He wondered what the man hoped to achieve. Perhaps he believed that avenging Ilya would earn her favor or affection. The man responded with a wild, hysterical laugh, his eyes wide and filled with a dangerous obsession as he declared his love for Ilya. Without hesitation, Jaehyeon delivered the killing blow. His mind flashed back to how full of red flags Ilya was. She had repeatedly attempted to manipulate him, which was the very reason he had severed ties with her. He had never taken her warnings seriously, especially those about her bodyguards seeking him out. But now, it was clear she had not been bluffing at all. Ilya played the victim masterfully, stirring up her loyal fans with her performance. Because of this act, Jaehyeon found himself confronted daily by her devoted followers, growing more and more frustrated with each encounter. Not only was he anxious from his inability to find new quests, but now a relentless pack of obsessed fans was actively hunting him down. For a fleeting moment, he considered seeking out Ilya to finish her off once and for all, but quickly dismissed the dangerous idea, realizing it would only land him in deeper trouble. At that instant, he gathered the loot from his defeated opponent. The system interface flickered to life, displaying his rewards: an ownerless war watch, 5,000 gold, goblin leather boots, and a rare necklace known as the Necklace of Promise. Jaehyeon recalled that this necklace could be sold for a hefty sum of 800,000 won. Both he and his loyal skeleton companion felt a surge of excitement. For the first time in a while, it seemed possible to afford a fancy dinner that night. Just then, another of Ilya's fanatics spotted Jaehyeon. Seizing the opportunity to provoke, Jaehyeon boldly took responsibility for killing Ilya, hoping to draw the lone opponent into a quick and manageable fight. However, his confidence quickly waned when dozens of hostile figures emerged from the trees, armed and radiating dangerous intent. The smug expression on his face hardened into alarm as the full gravity of the situation became clear. He and his skeleton companion immediately turned and fled, the angry mob surging after them with relentless determination. As he ran, Jaehyeon was overwhelmed by disbelief and frustration. He had never imagined so many would be so deeply obsessed with Ilya, enough to form what looked like a small army. Hoping to slow their pursuit, he ordered his skeletons to intercept the attackers. But his brief glimmer of hope vanished when one enemy effortlessly shattered his summoned skeletons with a single powerful strike. In that moment, Jaehyeon realized the harsh truth. These were not merely emotional fanatics, but experienced high-level players, and there were far too many of them. Knowing that a direct confrontation would be suicide, he sprinted deeper into the forest, his thoughts consumed entirely by survival. Eventually, Jaehyeon stopped in a remote part of the deep forest, breath ragged and chest heaving. His body ached, but his mind raced even faster. It was proving nearly impossible to shake off the persistent group chasing him. Not only because of their determination, but because he was simply too underleveled in comparison. Running only delayed the inevitable. Despite his exhaustion, he forced himself onward, hoping that distance or an environmental advantage might save him. After several minutes, he began to realize something was wrong. The area he had stumbled into did not resemble any part of the lizard swamp he remembered. The trees here were taller and seemed to look older, the fog thicker, and the usual sounds of wildlife eerily muted. Despite spending days exploring this region thoroughly, combing through every corner in search of quests or loot, he had never seen this area before. A flicker of realization crossed his face as he finally understood that he had crossed into a hidden or previously inaccessible section of the map. Meanwhile, The group pursuing him arrived nearby, their eyes sharply scanning the dense surroundings for any sign of their target. One of them soon spotted Jaehyeon skeletons standing ahead in a small clearing. Instead of engaging in combat or fleeing, the skeletons performed awkward, eerie dance that seemed to mock the pursuers' efforts. The hunters came to an immediate halt, confused and momentarily speechless. Then, overcome with rage, one of them interpreted the display as a personal insult and charged forward, sword raised, ready to destroy the mocking summoned warriors. However, as he crossed the clearing, the swarm's surface erupted beneath him, and before he could react, an enormous, thick tongue suddenly lashed out from the shadows and grabbed him with swift movements. In an instant, he was yanked into the creature's mouth. The remaining pursuers froze in horror as a monstrous creature slithered into view, towering, scaled, and exuding a suffocating, oppressive presence. Recognition dawned on one of the hunters, who stammered out the name of the beast. A dragon lizard with level 40, the boss monster of the lizard swamp. Jaehyeon remained hidden behind a large tree, watching the terrifying scene unfold. He had never imagined this part of the map would turn out to be the lair of the dragon lizard. The dragon lizard was notorious as a powerful boss monster, famed for its extremely high defense, massive health pool, and deadly, devastating attacks. Usually, defeating it required a full party of around 20 players, all near level 40, battling with great difficulty. From what Jaehyeon had heard before arriving here, the raid on the dragon lizard had already been completed some time ago, so the boss monster was not expected to still be present in this field. However, if someone involved in a related quest stepped into the area, the dragon lizard would respawn, triggered by the presence of such a player. Jaehyeon grew certain this location was the intended place for the quest given by a Himbri. As he stayed hidden, his thoughts lingered on how a Himbri had sent him to complete this dangerous mission, one involving defeating such a terrifying creature and retrieving its egg. Despite being only a level 20 player, the mission frustrated and irritated him, especially given a Himbri's high expectations. Fortunately, the situation had allowed Jaehyeon to gather a few capable cannon fodders, offering hope that the mission might yet succeed. Meanwhile, one among the fodders suggested to the others that the dragon lizard was simply too strong, recommending retreat. But Jaehyeon was determined not to allow that. He quickly activated his enhancement skill to strengthen his summoned skeletons and ordered them to block the path, preventing any chance of escape. Not long afterward, the dragon lizard struck again, taking down one of Jaehyeon's allies. In the confusion, Jaehyeon seized the opportunity to break into a run, but the others quickly spotted him and began chasing. Using the distraction to his advantage, Jaehyeon rushed into the now-empty nest, hoping to locate the dragon lizard's egg. However, upon reaching the center of the nest, there was no egg in sight. He scanned the area carefully and eventually discovered a strange-looking stone marked with a purple symbol on its surface. It did not resemble an egg, but looked more like a mysterious artifact. Yet something about it drew his attention. At that very moment, a system notification informed him that one of his skeleton summons had been destroyed. He immediately realized that the dragon lizard must be returning after detecting an intruder. Jaehyeon knew he was out of time and had no chance to continue searching. Still hiding behind a tree near the nest, he watched as the dragon lizard re-emerged and let out a loud, piercing howl. Certain that he could no longer search the nest for the dragon lizard's egg, Jaehyeon decided he had no other option but to take the strange stone marked with purple, even though it was clearly not an egg, and bring it back to a Himbri. All the cannon fodders were now lying defeated across the swamp, their bodies scattered and motionless. Jaehyeon walked calmly toward one of them, a player who appeared to be on the verge of death. He looked down at the weakened figure, his expression unreadable, silently pondering how Warlord was such an interesting game filled with all kinds of strange people, players who acted bold and reckless, driven by the massive rewards at stake. Without hesitation, Jaehyeon bent down and picked up the opponent's war watch, which had become ownerless due to the defeat. The fallen player tried to muster strength to respond, but Jaehyeon drew his sword and drove it forcefully into the ground. His tone grew cold and serious as he made it clear that until now, he had been playing along with them as if everything were a game or a joke. But in truth, there was much at stake in this world for him. He warned that if they ever bothered him again, There would be no mercy or leniency for them. This warning was not just for them, but also for Ilya, the one connected to their group. After delivering this message, Jaehyeon stepped carefully onto the fallen bodies, using them as support to cross the swamp without sinking into the thick, sticky mud beneath. As he walked away, he thought more seriously about the consequences. If they came after him again, even after this clear warning, it would no longer be a small skirmish but an all-out war. With this in mind, he contacted the Bangsu Guild calmly, claiming to have spotted the dragon lizard within the lizard swamp. He offered to sell the exact location of the boss monster for 100,000 gold, fully aware that this kind of information was extremely valuable to high-level guilds. Later, Jaehyeon arrived at a Himbri's office, delivering the strange purple-marked stone. His steps were tense and cautious, filled with hope that this was the correct item since he did not want to search the vast map all over again. A Himbri took the stone and examined it closely, his expression unreadable for a long moment. Finally, after an uncomfortable silence stretched, a Himbri confirmed that this was exactly the item he had been looking for. Jaehyeon felt a wave of relief and excitement rush over him, the pressure lifting from his shoulders. Still holding the stone, a Himbri commented that Jaehyeon was faster than expected, admitting that he had thought it would take someone like Jaehyeon much longer to complete the task. Jaehyeon nearly lost his temper at the comment, his frustration bubbling up, but he forced himself to remain calm. With a composed expression, he responded that he had given everything he had. Without wasting any time, he asked a Himbri to assign him the next quest. A Himbri looked at Jaehyeon seriously and began explaining the true nature of the item he had brought. He asked if Jaehyeon was aware of what he had delivered, and then revealed that in every investigation of areas where mutated monsters had appeared, this strange item was always found nearby. Because of this recurring pattern, he had temporarily named it the Corruption Stone. As Jaehyeon listened carefully, a realization dawned on him. This must have been the reason those mysterious players were approaching him earlier. The Corruption Stone was clearly an important item tied to the main quest line, and those players wanted to ensure no outsider could interfere with its influence on the progression of the story. At first, Jaehyeon had believed that the quest from a Himbri was a scam, just another time waster. But now he understood it was connected to something far more significant. It was not a side mission, but an essential part of the main quest. A Himbri offered a sincere apology, openly admitting that he was aware the task was far too difficult for someone like Jaehyeon to handle alone. Yet, with their entire world currently threatened by an unknown and overwhelmingly powerful enemy, he explained that testing Jaehyeon's determination and willpower was a necessary step before entrusting him with any greater responsibility or mission. Speaking with a tone that was noticeably more serious than before, a Himbri asked if Jaehyeon felt prepared to face the relentless force known only as corruption. Feeling the full weight of this golden opportunity before him, Jaehyeon braced himself and started to prepare an answer. But before he could utter a single word, a Himbri cut him off with a sly smirk, saying that it was not quite time yet. He went on to explain that Jaehyeon must have already witnessed firsthand just how powerful the corrupted monsters really were. Based on that observation alone, a Himbri confessed that he did not believe someone with Jaehyeon's limited experience should be carrying such an immense responsibility at this point in time. The revelation stunned Jaehyeon deeply. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, a Himbri added a condition to the challenge. If Jaehyeon would politely beg to become his disciple, a Himbri might then consider helping him prepare for the much greater and more dangerous challenges that awaited him. Though clearly irritated by this demand, Jaehyeon realized that he had no true choice if he wanted to stay firmly on the main quest path. Shortly thereafter, Jaehyeon was seen exiting a Himbri's office. A system interface suddenly appeared before him, confirming that he had completed the quest titled Egg of a Nest. It also notified him that he had earned a new title, a Himbri's Disciple, and that his formal training under a Himbri's guidance would soon begin. As he walked away from the office, Jaehyeon felt a strong wave of irritation wash over him. To his eyes, a Himbri seemed less like a mentor and more like a total scammer, hiding behind the prestigious title of Quest Giver. Meanwhile, in a different part of the world, a group of players celebrated their hard-fought victory against the fearsome dragon lizard. Their jubilation was tempered by the visible fatigue that weighed heavily upon them after the intense battle. The captain of the group gathered everyone and instructed them to rest and regroup later for the next step. After checking the welfare of his team, the captain approached the armored knight who had played a crucial role in the raid's success. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, admitting that the knight had been far stronger than any of them had expected. The armored knight responded modestly, giving credit to the excellent support provided by the party as a whole. However, the captain shook his head and insisted that, had it been only their group without any outside assistance, at least 5 of them would not have survived. He explained that he had initially been skeptical of the idea of hiring paid players as helpers for boss raids, but after witnessing the results firsthand, he was glad he had made that decision. As a gesture of thanks, the captain offered the knight additional rewards beyond the agreed compensation. But the armored knight refused without hesitation. His tone turned colder, and a shadow crossed his face as he firmly stated that accepting more than the promised compensation would violate his personal code of honor. The captain lowered his head and apologized, admitting that he had assumed the knight's motivation was purely monetary. He also remarked that it seemed unusual for a well-known ranker to appear at a low-level raid like theirs. Without uttering a word in response, the knight simply walked past him, stating that he would collect every item from the nest as promised in their agreement. The captain, somewhat puzzled, called out that there should be nothing valuable left in the nest. The knight didn't even glance back as he continued walking with firm, resolute steps. Inwardly, the knight felt a surge of luck and satisfaction. He had never expected to stumble upon an opportunity to claim the mysterious corruption stone. When he first heard that the dragon lizard had respawned, he immediately grew nervous, fearing that Jaehyeon Mask was already making progress through the quest. However, since the dragon lizard was still alive when the raid began, he reasoned that Jaehyeon Mask must have failed to clear the challenge. As he landed inside the nest, his expectations for Jaehyeon Mask's survival were low, firmly believing that no solo player could possibly handle a boss of such magnitude alone. The knight's excitement steadily built as he approached the nest. His only task now was to retrieve the corruption stone and ensure that Jaehyeon Mask never completed the main quest. However, as he carefully searched the area, his expression darkened with growing frustration. The nest was completely empty. There was no corruption stone, nothing left behind. His eyes scanned every corner meticulously, but it was clear that someone had already arrived before him. Filled with anger and fury, he cursed loudly, the sound echoing across the ruined battlefield like a thunderclap. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Jaehyeon sat silently, his expression quiet and serious. He murmured to himself that the time had finally come. Reflecting on the long, grueling days filled with pain and frustration, he remembered all the moments he endured, telling himself that if he could just hold on a little longer, things would start to improve. That belief, that stubborn hope, was the only thing that kept him going through all. Now, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he decided to treat himself. He eagerly declared that he would order beef tonight, a small luxury he had been denying himself for a very long time. Until now, he had lived as frugally as possible, cutting his food costs to the bare minimum in case of emergencies. But with the main quest finally in his hands and a new path opening before him, he figured it was time to enjoy a well-earned reward. Unexpectedly, he received some extra money converted from a donation, forcefully taken from Ilya's fan club members, totaling just a little over 1.2 million won. With that added to his account, his balance now stood at 1.4 million won. The number made him genuinely excited. For a brief moment, everything felt worthwhile, but the moment didn't last long. One by one, system notifications began popping up on his phone, debit alerts from unpaid debts, overdue utility bills, and rent reminders. His excitement quickly faded into disbelief as he watched his balance shrink rapidly until all that remained was a pitiful 856 won. His frustration flared up as he realized that he couldn't even afford a basic meal anymore, let alone the meat for dinner he had just promised himself. As he sat in silence, another notification appeared. It was a message from Ramani, asking if he had decided to quit making video entirely. Jaehyeon picked up his phone, curiosity washing over him as he remembered he hadn't updated anyone about his situation. He hadn't had the time or energy to make new videos, and strange, dangerous people were actively targeting him now. He began typing a response, but stopped midway, frustrated having no money. He wondered if it even mattered anymore whether people like that were worth fearing when he was literally on the brink of starvation. The pressure, the fear, the expectations, they all felt meaningless now. He was tired of playing it safe, tired of living in constant fear. If the world wanted to throw monsters and freaks at him, he would face them all his own way. In a dark, eerie place filled with crooked tombstones and an unsettling silence, Jaehyeon entered once again, flanked by his summoned skeletons. He stepped forward with steady resolve as the cold, emotionless system interface appeared before him, confirming that he had entered the forest of the Jaehyeon had not entered the forest of the dead for a very long time, even though he had visited frequently during his beginner days in a past life. Despite his familiarity, the forest still felt eerie and unsettling, filled with an ominous atmosphere that made the hairs on his neck stand up. He thought this place was probably the best location to gain valuable experience points. The spooky environment also made it an ideal backdrop for his video, which would surely attract attention from viewers. Turning to his summoned skeletons, Jaehyeon prepared himself carefully for the hunt ahead. He announced that they would be hunting right here and introduced another member of the summoned party, a skeleton mage. He explained that magic would now be incorporated into their strategy and instructed the skeletons to cooperate with the mage closely to ensure success. Jaehyeon had been able to summon an additional skeleton after receiving a skill from the scammer Ahimbri the moment he became his disciple. As Jaehyeon's skill mastery increased, the skeleton mage's abilities would grow, allowing it to cast more advanced and powerful spells essential for their survival and success in battle. Inwardly, Jaehyeon cursed the fact that his mana was already running low. With 3 summoned skeletons active, adding the mage to the party would significantly increase his mana consumption, leaving little room for error or extended fighting. After a brief period of preparation, Jaehyeon gave the command to hunt skeleton monsters. Almost immediately, a skeleton hand shot out from beneath the earth, signaling the arrival of more skeleton monsters sensing the presence of a player in their territory. Level 33 skeleton mobs appeared, glowing with a reddish hue and displaying a wild, vicious nature. Jaehyeon saw them as simple mobs, but the summoned skeletons regarded these monsters as their own kin, refusing to treat them like ordinary enemies. When his skeletons refused to move forward, Jaehyeon demanded to know what they were doing and ordered them to attack the monsters without hesitation. Despite their limited intelligence, the skeletons instinctively resisted the idea of harming their own kind, feeling dejected and conflicted by the command. The monsters staggered forward, and Jaehyeon explained that undead creatures possessed traits quite different from normal monsters, something the skeletons would understand once the battle began and the true nature of the fight was revealed. Disappointed, Jaehyeon turned to find his skeletons hiding behind any available cover, shaking as if afraid to face the fight ahead. Growing irritated, he snapped his fingers sharply and repeated his command to hunt the monsters without delay or excuses. With no other option left, the OG skeleton charged forward courageously, while the remaining 3 stood at attention, ready to follow orders. With repeated and practiced attack motions, the OG skeleton swung its sword down in a vertical slash, expressing sadness through tears that, although not real, conveyed a deep emotional struggle with the task at hand. The sword struck the monsters with force, tearing through their skeletal forms and breaking their bones apart. Yet the sorrow of slaying its own kin vanished instantly when the skeleton saw one monster radiate a deadly aura and continue advancing relentlessly toward it. Jaehyeon's summoned skeleton recoiled in shock, clearly frightened by the terrifying sight it had just witnessed. Jaehyeon's voice rang out firmly, reminding his summoned troops that ordinary attacks would be ineffective against these enemies. That was why different, more precise strategies were essential to overcome such monsters. With determination, Jaehyeon stepped forward and took out a rare-class weapon known as the Mage's Hammer. Laughing manically, he struck the skull of the first skeleton monster with fierce force, his expression showing no restraint or hesitation. The powerful blow sent the monster's skull off from its spine. As the skull flew, it disappeared behind the thick, misty clouds cloaking the forest. The monster's body began to crumble and disintegrate into dust. Jaehyeon expressed his satisfaction, praising the effectiveness of his strike. Turning back to his summoned skeletons, he explained that the key to defeating these foes was to focus on hammering their heads. However, instead of understanding, he found his skeletons clutching their own skulls anxiously, as if afraid they would lose them the same way. Despite their confusion, Jaehyeon pressed on, declaring that today's goal was to hunt down 100 skeleton monsters within 100 minutes. Wearing a chilling and menacing smile, he warned that failure would mean abandonment. He would leave them behind without hesitation. The threat had an immediate effect. The 4 summoned skeletons charged forward to hunt their own kind, not out of loyalty, but out of fear of the consequences if they failed. The hunt proceeded swiftly, but sadness lingered in the air. Each warrior skeleton wielded a heavy hammer, striking down skeleton monsters one after another with surprising efficiency. Jaehyeon mused aloud that he had expected it would take them longer to master the unfamiliar weapon, but they were performing far better than anticipated. Feeling hopeful, Jaehyeon thought that the video he was recording should be a great success. With that in mind, he considered contacting Romani beforehand to share the video. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the forest. Massive monsters approached, their heavy footsteps shaking the earth as they drew closer. Before Jaehyeon now stood a level 35 skeleton warrior, radiating a far stronger chaotic reddish aura than the other monsters. Its piercing gaze locked onto Jaehyeon, marking him as the target. Despite the looming threat, Jaehyeon remained calm and resolute. He knew that the skeleton warrior was a rare elite monster, one that spawned randomly or perhaps after a certain number of skeletons were slain. However, Jaehyeon viewed the situation differently. Charging forward with his skeleton squad, he saw the elite monster as merely an obstacle, a source of valuable meat for his dinner. His mind wandered to how best to prepare the meat, debating between grilling it or cooking a tender steak. The thought of delicious beef bulgogi also made his mouth water involuntarily. Just then, Jaehyeon looked up and saw the skeleton warrior raise its massive axe, swinging it down with tremendous force. The ground shattered where the axe landed, shock waves rippling through the earth. Fortunately, Jaehyeon reacted quickly, stepping back just in time to narrowly avoid the deadly attack. Jaehyeon finally felt the heavy weight of the battle pressing down on him. He admitted just how terrifying the monster truly was, nearly losing his life before he even had a chance to make a tangible move. In the split second before dodging, he struck the skeleton warrior's on the bone with his weapon, hoping to weaken its attack power. However, the monster merely switched to its other hand and brought its axe down with the same ferocity as before, leaving Jaehyeon no moment to catch his breath or think. But Jaehyeon was not one to back down from a challenge. With hammer in hand, he charged forward, flanked closely by his summoned skeletons. Each of his strikes was precise and calculated, targeting the skeleton warrior's pelvis with swift movements that showed the experience of a seasoned fighter, a rancor in his past life. Despite the intensity of the battle, the confident smile on Jaehyeon's face never faded. After unleashing a flurry of attacks, Jaehyeon landed behind the skeleton warrior, closely followed by his summoned allies. He quickly conducted a body count, checking if any of his members had fallen. Fortunately, all stood at attention, silently reporting no injuries. The skeleton warrior rose once again and launched another powerful attack. Unfazed, Jaehyeon remarked on how surprisingly easy it was to deal with such an elite monster. Even though he anticipated the incoming attack, Jaehyeon did not flinch or move from his spot. Instead, he taunted the skeleton warrior, mocking its impatience. At that critical moment, the summoned skeleton mage finished chanting a spell, and a fireball materialized in its skeletal hands. The reluctant expression that had been etched on its face was replaced by fierce determination, shining brightly in its eyes. The mage raised his hand, and the fireball grew larger, following the movement precisely. The flames surged forward in a pillar of scorching fire, engulfing the skeleton warrior where it stood. Jaehyeon let out a relieved sigh as notifications popped up on his screen, informing him that the skeleton warrior had been slain. Both he and his summoned skeletons gained experience points from the victory. With embers still glowing, the bones of the defeated skeleton disintegrated into dust. Jaehyeon mused aloud about how this spectacular moment would surely earn him at least 10,000 views on his video. His thoughts soon shifted to his growing hunger, deciding that he would treat himself to some grilled beef once the battle was over. However, his moment of peace was abruptly shattered. A warning notification sounded, accompanied by a sharp chime. It informed Jaehyeon that the field boss had detected the death of one of its underlings. His mind raced. He had completely forgotten the specific conditions that triggered the field boss's appearance, and now he faced the looming threat unexpectedly. Another notification chimed in, confirming that the field boss had found intruders and was awakening because the required condition had been fulfilled. A massive golden summoning circle suddenly materialized on the ground nearby. It pulsed ominously, signaling the impending doom Jaehyeon would have to confront before he could even think about finishing his meal. Massive skeletons arose from the glowing magic circle, 3 pairs of arms crossing in front of its chest in a gesture resembling Avalokiteshvara. A radiant golden aura surrounded its entire body, emanating a benevolent yet formidable presence that filled the air. Behind it, a halo composed of shimmering golden energy slowly rose, casting an ethereal light over the forest clearing. Jaehyeon stood firm, hammer tightly gripped in hand, flanked by his summoned skeleton warriors. He watched in silent awe as this magnificent being materialized before him. Despite his resolve, he could not help but release a hollow, defeated sigh as the weight of the situation settled on his shoulders. The golden skeleton, a boss category monster, had appeared. It sought revenge for Jaehyeon's indiscriminate slaughter of skeleton monsters throughout the forest of the dead. Its eyes glowed with an intense golden light from deep within its empty sockets, signifying its status as the field boss of the forest. In Jaehyeon's past life, this creature had been known as the first mage-class boss monster, and during the game's beginner stage, it was widely feared as the strongest adversary, earning the notorious title of Newbie Killer. Quietly, Jaehyeon mused that the condition triggering the golden skeleton's appearance was the defeat of a significant number of skeleton monsters. The fall of the skeleton warrior had been the final spark to summon this formidable foe. Deep down, Jaehyeon knew his current level would make defeating the golden skeleton an arduous task. Yet, should he triumph, the resulting content would undoubtedly become a jackpot for his video channel. He already had a plan to overcome it. With his summoned skeletons fully buffed, victory might be within reach. However, as he turned to command his army, Jaehyeon's heart sank. None of his summoned skeletons remained by his side. Simultaneously, a notification chimed on his interface, alerting him that all summoning had been canceled due to depleted mana reserves. Frustration welled up inside him. Not only had he inadvertently triggered a fight with the strongest boss monster appropriate for his level, but he had also neglected his mana management during the prolonged battle. He sighed deeply, realizing he had summoned the maximum 4 skeletons and had the mage cast a massive spell, leaving his mana utterly drained. Regaining his composure, Jaehyeon accepted that he would have to face the boss alone. His only regret was that his skeletons would miss the chance to partake in such a challenging fight and experiencing the battle. He activated his War Watch, a unique device attuned to his combat style, and mentally prepared himself. It was time to warm up his body for the intense melee to come. The War Watch sprang to life, and he spoke the command aloud, "Slot on." His custom war armor materialized around him, crackling with raw power. His entire being radiated unrestrained energy, and his combat abilities surged to unprecedented levels. While he'd spent much of the fight fighting as a mage to empower his skeletons, now, in this moment of melee combat with the War Watch activated, Jaehyeon was at his peak. Without hesitation, he charged directly at the golden skeleton. With a mere thought, the golden skeleton commanded its golden halo. A low, resonant hum echoed through the forest as the aura intensified, signaling the beginning of a deadly confrontation. As the golden skeleton opened its massive jaw, it seemed to voice a powerful incantation, unleashing a devastating spell against the puny human who dared to hunt its subordinates mercilessly. A barrage of golden beams shot down toward Jaehyeon as he charged forward, dodging with remarkable agility. The beams slammed into the ground where he had just stepped, destroying everything caught within their radiant paths. Jaehyeon thought to himself that a single hit from one of those beams would be enough to kill him instantly, and the golden skeleton had fired many of them in rapid succession. It was no wonder the creature was called the Newbie Killer. If it kept casting spells like that, Jaehyeon stood no chance of victory. Fortunately, Jaehyeon already had a strategy in mind. He leapt high into the air, pulling back his hammer, preparing to strike at the monster's weak spot. With a mighty swing, he shattered one pair of the golden skeleton's hands. One of its weaknesses was how brittle its bones were, and this attack had significantly weakened its spellcasting ability. Immediately after the strike, Jaehyeon descended quickly to the ground, moving evasively to avoid retaliation. The hands that the golden skeleton held together in a prayer-like position were the source of the magical halo that allowed it to cast devastating spells. By destroying one of these pairs, one of its magic circles scattered into the air. Only 2 magic circles remained glowing on its back, meaning Jaehyeon had 2 more pairs of hands to destroy if he wanted to stop the monster's magic. Jaehyeon had studied the golden skeleton's attack patterns closely and knew that these magic circles were intrinsically linked to its hands. His plan was simple: destroy all the hands, and the monster would be powerless. Suddenly, the golden skeleton began to act unpredictably. Jaehyeon frowned in surprise as a notification appeared, informing him that the boss had locked its gaze on him. 2 more notifications quickly followed, indicating that the field boss had seen through his tactics and was now gauging his skill level. In response, the golden skeleton moved its remaining 4 hands into a complex pattern. As it completed the motion, a purplish, chaotic aura crackled across its body, mingling with its golden light. The effect was unsettling, making the monster appear both saintly and demonic. Confusion washed over Jaehyeon as he cursed quietly, unsure of what had gone wrong in his plan. Without warning, a powerful purplish beam shot forth, hurtling straight toward him. The beam's destructive force pulverized the ground where Jaehyeon had stood moments before. Fortunately, he was quick enough to dodge, sprinting frantically for his life. As he fled, Jaehyeon cursed under his breath, questioning the new attack and what the golden skeleton's true power might be. No response came, only the relentless beam tracing his retreat, rapidly closing the distance. Explosions erupted just a pace behind him, forcing Jaehyeon to leap aside with all his strength to evade destruction. Jaehyeon's landing was uncontrolled, causing him to stumble and crash hard against a nearby tombstone. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he wondered how the golden skeleton managed to execute such complex attack patterns with such precision. As a ranker in his past life, Jaehyeon had studied every detail of the golden skeleton's attack sequences. He knew that the key to victory was destroying all of its hands before delivering the final blow. But the scene before him was unlike anything he had seen or remembered. The spots where the beams had hit were scorched with chaotic flames, burning the forest as if the very gates of hell had opened. Jaehyeon questioned whether his memory was flawed, if the golden skeleton had secret, hidden patterns, or if a game balance patch, similar to what happened with the Minotaur during the tutorial quest, had altered the boss's behavior. He let out a hollow laugh, realizing that no information existed in his memory regarding any such changes to the golden skeleton. Perhaps it was because he was a Himbree's disciple, or due to some other unknown cause. Regardless, he had failed to devise a winning strategy against this new pattern, and he cursed softly under his breath. Despite his frustration, Jaehyeon refused to give up. He let his instincts take control as a bolt of lightning hurtled toward him. Within moments, his body moved with unnatural speed, dodging the devastating attack while muttering that he could only do his best. One after another, beams of purplish chaotic light tore through the air, all aimed at the lone human standing in the forest. Jaehyeon continued dodging swiftly, even as bolts of lightning accompanied every beam. None of the attacks managed to graze him. For now, he could evade the golden skeleton spells because he had learned to predict their trajectories. The problem was that dodging pushed him to his physical limits, leaving no chance for counterattacks. While jumping and dodging, formulating a new strategy, Jaehyeon failed to notice one of the golden skeleton's massive hands reaching out to seize him. By the time he realized, It was already too late to evade, and no nearby objects were close enough to use as leverage for escape. The enormous hand closed around him, its slow but deliberate movement almost impossible to detect in time. With a crushing grip, the golden skeleton lifted Jaehyeon into the air. The deep resentment it harbored for the tiny human clutched in its hand radiated destructive energy. As if releasing its fury, the golden skeleton screamed at Jaehyeon before he could make any move, confident the small human was powerless in its grasp. Jaehyeon laughed hollowly, cursing the randomness of the game's design. Even the simple act of the hand reaching out had been a part of the pattern he had failed to remember. Jaehyeon faced an immediate threat as the golden skeleton summoned a massive golden magic circle directly before his face, preparing to cast a devastating beam of light designed to burn him completely. Despite the looming danger, Jaehyeon smiled confidently, recognizing this moment as an opportunity for a counterattack that had unexpectedly appeared. He quickly activated one of his most powerful skills, known as Demon's Curse. With the distance between them closing following the golden skeleton's last assault, the skill took effect, significantly reducing the boss's stats by 13%. Jaehyeon immediately freed himself from the monster's grasp and leapt toward its head with purpose. Using the momentum, he pulled his arm back, ready to strike a decisive final blow. He summoned all his strength, remembering the effort it took to find a chance to counterattack. Now that the opening had revealed itself, he was determined not to let it slip away. His fist glowed brightly with the full force of his combat abilities. Offering his thanks for the opening to the formidable golden skeleton, Jaehyeon's punch landed true, leaving a shimmering trail of bluish aura as they descended onto the ground. A deafening explosion followed, filling the forest with a shockwave. The golden and chaotic energies that once roared around the battleground had already vanished, replaced only by the glow of Jaehyeon's bluish aura enveloping the area. The golden skeleton's colors faded quickly, its bones crackling loudly before beginning to disintegrate into fine dust. With a confident smile, Jaehyeon announced to his invisible audience that the boss had been defeated. As he landed on the ground, a massive golden magic circle appeared once more, swallowing the remaining bones of the golden skeleton. Multiple notifications chimed in succession, informing Jaehyeon of his hard-earned victory and the pouring rewards that followed. Experience points rushed in, leveling him up. Massive amounts of gold filled his account, accompanied by the prestigious title Skeleton Destroyer. When the dust finally settled, Jaehyeon let out an awkward laugh, amazed at the roller coaster of emotions he had experienced, starting from running out of mana to facing unfamiliar attack patterns from a boss he didn't even remember existed. He recalled his status window and noticed that, except for stamina, which resembled that of a mage, all his other stats were impressively high for his level. His strength, in particular, matched that of a true warrior. Unable to contain his excitement, he celebrated loudly upon realizing that his thorough hunting of the Forest of the Dead had pushed him to level 36. At the same time, Jaehyeon acknowledged that if he continued allocating his stats the same way, problems would inevitably arise. Being a necromancer, he had invested the bare minimum into mana. Even with every title and piece of equipment he had acquired to boost it, his total mana pool was still insufficient to sustain 4 summoned skeletons for extended hunts. Until now, he had managed to get by with as many titles and rapid leveling pace. But now that he had more skills to use, he knew it would no longer be enough. Jaehyeon had increased his strength stats with the intention of training skeleton warriors to fight alongside him, but it became meaningless if those warriors disappeared because he couldn't sustain them with his current mana reserves. His frustration grew again as he realized he had already acquired every mana-related title available at his current level. He longed for better equipment, but lacked the funds to obtain it. Accepting the situation, he decided to let things take their course, uncertain of the outcome, but hopeful it would eventually work out somehow. For the immediate task, he needed to send the video recording of his complete raid through the Forest of the Dead to Romani, and then reach level 40 as quickly as possible to continue a Hembree's mission. The thought of enjoying grilled beef added a spark of happiness to his mood. After some time, Romani finally completed editing Jaehyeon's video in her room. She punched her plush toy repeatedly, shouting about how insanely impressive Jaehyeon's accomplishment was. Soon after, she jumped around excitedly, continuing to praise how incredible it was that Jaehyeon had defeated a boss monster of a higher level than himself without taking a single hit. Additionally, he had managed to pull off such a feat spontaneously, without any prior practice or preparation. Once she finished expressing her amazement, she reflected on Jaehyeon's remarkable talent. The raw footage was already so impressive that her editing work was minimal and straightforward. Her last task was to send a video to Jaehyeon, although she wavered between several titles she thought would best suit the video's content. Finally, with a bright smile, she decided to send the video with the suggested title Emperor of Soul. Once the hunting trip ended, Jaehyeon returned to the Raiders Association branch at Bangsa Castle. Without delay, he made his way into Ahimbre's office and formally stated his return. He had reached level 40, just as previously requested. Ahimbre turned to face him, and unlike before, his expression now carried a note of expectation in place of the earlier dismissiveness. However, upon seeing Jaehyeon's battered, unkempt appearance, Ahimbre gave a dry remark about how he looked like a homeless wanderer. Uninterested in small talk, Jaehyeon brushed it aside and directly asked for his reward. Inwardly, he blamed the state of his appearance entirely on his teacher. With a simple motion, Ahimbre summoned a skill book, announcing that it was the promised reward. Jaehyeon accepted it, the agreed reward for becoming Ahimbre's disciple and achieving level 40. A notification immediately confirmed the completion of the second stage of his quest. The reward was a skill book titled Skeleton Studies, an ultra-rare passive Necromancer skill nearly impossible to find on the market. It was exactly what he needed, offering reduced mana consumption when summoning skeletons. His expression brightened, clearly elated, and he wasted no time in using the skill book. But Ahimbre wasn't finished. He took out another item, this time a ring. It was called the Corrupted Tracker's Ring, forged using the corrupted stone Jaehyeon had brought back. The ring channeled the power of the Corrupt One itself. When equipped, it granted a massive stat boost, with further enhancements if paired with a necklace of the Corrupted Tracker. The sheer value of the reward took Jaehyeon's breath away. He hadn't expected something of this caliber. The realization struck hard. This was a rare item he remembered from his previous life, one given only to the first person to complete the main quest line. His heart leapt as he reached eagerly to claim it. But Ahimbre suddenly pulled the ring back, holding out of reach, leaving Jaehyeon visibly confused. With a thoughtful expression, Ahimbre muttered that perhaps he couldn't just hand it over so easily after all. Then, without further explanation, he turned away and walked off, leaving Jaehyeon in baffled silence. Moments later, Ahimbre turned back with a mischievous glint in his eye. He stated that Jaehyeon could have the ring, only if he managed to catch him. The absurdity of the condition made it seem like Ahimbre was simply trying to bring some levity into his otherwise solitary life. Jaehyeon let out a resigned sigh, understanding the ring would be his eventually. Without wasting time, he activated his Warwatch's ability and launched into pursuit. Annoyance simmered beneath his expression. His patience was wearing thin, while the old man clearly found amusement in the chase. Eventually, Jaehyeon claimed the ring, darting through the area while catching his breath. He could only wonder what was truly wrong with his teacher. If Ahimbre weren't just an NPC Jaehyeon used, he might have killed him already out of sheer frustration. Despite the ordeal, he now had the ring in hand, and, more importantly, had received the next quest. Ahimbre explained that all contact with an agent named Mijai had been lost and suggested that Jaehyeon head to Tsuryu Castle to investigate. Anger shimmered beneath the surface of Jaehyeon's thoughts, yet he decided to let Ahimbre off without consequence. It wasn't worth the energy, not now. Internally, he calculated his next step, noting that the area around Tsuryu Castle was high-level territory. If he was to venture there, he needed to raise his level a bit more along the way. Just then, his Warwatch emitted a chime, signaling an incoming message from Ramani. She mentioned that she had urgent news to share, having uploaded the Golden Skeleton solo raid footage to the platform. She urged him to check it out for himself. When he did, he found himself staring in disbelief. The video had gone viral, amassing nearly 2.4 million views. Positive comments flooded in, along with an overwhelming wave of donations. His eyes widened in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scale of it all. The sheer amount of money flowing into his account made his breath hitch. It was as if he'd been struck by a truck. The realization hit so hard that his legs gave way, and he landed on the ground in a daze. He stared at the figures on the screen, counting and recounting the deposits to confirm whether this was real or a hallucination. As the reality sank in, he began muttering to himself about dinner. Steaks, fish, and all manner of high-quality meats he'd long gone without. His eyes lit up with excitement as the images of those meals danced in his mind. Saliva gathered at the corners of his lips while he silently marveled at the sheer stroke of luck. He had anticipated a good reaction to the video, but what he received had far exceeded anything he imagined. With the giddy joy of unexpected success pulsing through him, he decided it was time to log out and reward himself. After all, he had earned it. Just then, another notification arrived, this time a donation of 1 million won. Alongside it came a message requesting Jaehyeon's attention. It was a guild invitation sent by the scouting manager of the Thunder Hunters Guild. Recognition dawned immediately. That guild belonged to none other than his old nemesis, Jaehyeon. Memories of his past life surged to the surface. Even then, the Thunder Hunters Guild had been relentless in trying to recruit him. Jaehyeon herself had extended the offer. Back in those days, when Jaehyeon's identity wasn't hidden, members of the guild had hunted him across every corner of the map, hounding him with pleas to join them as if their own lives depended on it. Now, he dismissed the message without a second thought. Frustration leaked into his voice as he voiced his resolve. He wouldn't join them, not even if his life depended on it. Yet, even as he said it, he remembered having said the same thing once before. The bitterness of betrayal returned. His former teammates, once bound by loyalty, had eventually caved in to the Thunder Hunters' offers. Despite Jaehyeon's repeated rejections, the guild's persistence remained unmatched. Even worse, he had already been part of another guild at the time. He could still recall one of his teammates saying how fortunate he was. The Thunder Hunters Guild, after all, was among the best, ranked within the top 30. One of them had remarked that the Thunder Hunters Guild's leader came from a wealthy family, which meant that joining them would guarantee a six-figure salary. Another chimed in, claiming it made perfect sense that a player of Jaehyeon's caliber would be in their radar. He noted that in every one of their uploaded guild raid videos, the comment sections were filled with praise for Jaehyeon alone. That teammate seemed pessimistic, almost resentful, wondering how someone so skilled ended up in a lesser-known guild like theirs. Jaehyeon had cut them off sharply. He made it clear that no amount of money or salary would tempt him into joining the Thunder Hunters. Becoming the strongest guild would eventually bring the money anyway, so there was no need to jump ship for a shortcut. He preferred to remain with his current guild, to grow stronger alongside his teammates. Someone let out a nervous laugh. It suggested that perhaps the Thunder Hunters had already begun laying the groundwork. They were simply waiting for the perfect moment to make their move. In hindsight, that conversation echoed bitterly in Jaehyeon's mind. He had placed absolute trust in his team, giving his all without reservation, only to realize too late that they never held the same loyalty. Regret settled deep in his chest as he acknowledged the truth. It made sense why they were swayed so easily. While he had outperformed them, the gap in skill had only grown wider, leaving them to fall behind and reach for an easier path. Shaking the thoughts from his mind, Jaehyeon slapped both cheeks to collect himself. Now wasn't the time to lose his head over money. He rose to his feet with renewed purpose, telling himself there was still so much to do and it was far too early to feel content. The best way to use this windfall was to invest the money he earned in becoming stronger. With that thought, he summoned his skeleton squad. Blue flames twisted into form as the undead warriors emerged one by one. The original skeleton's eyes burned with unwavering resolve, while the others stood tall and intimidating. Without delay, they all struck a battle-ready pose, clearly prepared to face the golden skeleton again. But Jaehyeon immediately shut down their enthusiasm, grumbling that the golden skeleton had already been taken care of. A slew of annoyed curses followed as he waved them off. He then laid out new instructions. From this point forward, it would be hardcore training. Optimal movement patterns would be drilled, and they wouldn't be allowed to repeat the same mistakes as before. With a slightly irritable expression, He asked if they could handle it. The memory of his former teammates surfaced. He had said the same thing once. Back then, one had begged for rest, claiming everyone was exhausted. Another had whined about the intensity of training, insisting they couldn't keep up with someone like Jaehyeon. In contrast, the skeletons now stood in silence, raising their hands in agreement. No complaints, no hesitation. They would follow any plan Jaehyeon had. A faint smile pulled at his lips as he reflected on that stark difference. This was the new reality, and unlike before, this team wouldn't betray him. With a rare skill he'd just acquired from a Himbri, Jaehyeon wasted no time. He ordered the skeletons to begin the hunt at once. He had started this journey with a single, clumsy skeleton, barely able to stand straight. Now, every step he took was flanked by 3 hardened skeleton warriors and a skeleton mage, each following closely behind as he marched toward his goal of becoming the strongest bloom amidst the battlefield. Abruptly, Jaehyeon stopped in his tracks and turned to face them. He announced that their next destination was Suryu Castle, and casually added that they should squeeze in some training along the way. The skeletons, as if understanding his point, simultaneously nodded in agreement. But in truth, not one of them knew what kind of training he meant. Confusion flickered in their hollow eyes. Jaehyeon then pulled a club from his inventory, holding it up as he explained the simplicity of their training plan. No drills, no combat, just a long run to their next destination. And if any of them lagged behind, they'd be reminded of their mistake with the business end of that club. Without delay, he took off after them, chasing the confused undead with manic determination. Threatened by blunt force discipline, the skeletons sprinted in panic, a tragic consequence of their low intelligence stats. Together, they charged toward Suryu Castle, as if fleeing a deranged coach. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the game world, Jaehyeon sat in still silence, lost in thought. A fellow guild member approached her and asked what was on her mind. She didn't reply. She had just finished a brutal hunt, leaving behind a mountain of dragon corpses, and now sat atop them, unmoved and brooding. The guild member, Hachi, reminded her that the meeting was about to begin. Descending from her throne of carnage, Jaehyeon finally spoke, asking for an update on the corrupted Count quest line. Hachi reported that nothing new had been uncovered. They still hadn't found a way to trigger the next phase of the quest. He reported no progress in the quest, and the trail had gone cold. A trace of irritation surfaced in Jaehyeon's expression as she muttered how absurd it was that the Hydra Guild was currently ahead of them in the main quest. The thought was humiliating for her. Hachi attempted to reassure her. He mentioned the upcoming meeting with the leaders of the top 30 guilds, assuming that some new information would emerge. But Jaehyeon dismissed the idea immediately. No gathering of overconfident elites was going to solve anything. Half joking, Hachi called her cold and reminded her to be careful. After all, Jaehyeon wasn't just part of the top 30 guilds. She led the very best among them. And if even she couldn't find the way forward in the main quest, she doubted anyone else had either. After acquiring a substantial fortune, Jaehyeon momentarily struggled against the pull of indulgence. Fortunately, restraint prevailed, and he chose a different path. The shift was largely due to the invitation from the Thunder Hunters Guild, which had triggered memories of betrayal in his past life. Memories that still lingered from the life he lived before his untimely death and subsequent regression. From that moment, he committed himself to the path of a relentless predator, pouring every fraction of money he earned back into the game. The first task was to repay all outstanding debt, including the interest, entirely in cash. The loan shark who had originally provided the funds sat speechless, unable to believe that Jaehyeon could clear such a massive loan in a single sum. Next, Jaehyeon invested in an array of rare skill books, specifically chosen to bolster the weaknesses in his offensive capabilities. For a fleeting moment, pride welled within him. He had earned this money through effort and managed to reclaim control over his life. But when reality took hold, a sense of despair followed. His bank account was empty. Every last coin had been funneled into preparation. The tears that followed were not from regret, but from the weight of sacrifice. Nearby, the skeletons he had summoned stood bewildered, unsure of why their master alternated between satisfaction and sorrow. Even after some time had passed, the sting of having spent everything remained sharp. Yet as the rare skill books floated before him, he set aside the pain. The moment of transformation had arrived. He placed his hand on the first book. A surge of light flared outward, followed by a notification confirming he had acquired a new skill, skin stitching. This passive ability fortified his skin using monster parts, providing a boost to his defense. To test it, he summoned the horn of a skeleton warrior and activated the skill, and his defense stats climbed by 5. He observed the changes intently, lifting his hand and watching faint glimmers flicker across his skin. Intent on examining its effects personally, he drew his sword from his inventory. With no hesitation, he brought the blade down on his own hand. The skeletons watched in shock as their master committed what appeared to be self-harm. Yet, Jaehyeon only smirked, displaying his unharmed arm with pride. Emboldened, he moved on to the next book. Another pulse of light was accompanied by a notification. The curse of sloth had been acquired. This active skill would allow him to impose a slowing curse upon his target. Upon reviewing the skill's description, he considered how well it would complement the already sluggish movements of his skeletal allies. Turning toward the original summoned skeleton, he lifted his hand with a peculiar gesture. The skeleton appeared confused, unable to grasp its master's intentions. He cast the spell. Instantly, the skeleton's motions slowed as if caught in thick syrup. Pleased, Jaehyeon reflected on its potential utility in future combat scenarios. Only one book remained. Repeating the activation process, he placed his hand upon it. A final burst of light signaled the acquisition of the summoned skill. A grin tugged at his lips. Of all the skills, this one had been the most difficult to obtain. He initiated the spell to test it, musing internally that this was the power he had most longed for. As he cast it, the ground quivered briefly before the force surged upward. The tremor fractured into the air, coalescing into a new form. Anticipation surged as Jaehyeon whispered to himself that the task was finally complete. Before him stood a towering golem, its form 5 times taller than its summoner. A wave of satisfaction swept over him as he considered how fitting it was for a necromancer to command a golem. Its sheer bulk offered far greater reliability than most tanks in combat. More importantly, he was aware that this particular golem possessed a rare function: the ability to mirror its master's movements. A trail of light extended from his hand to the golems, forming a visual bond that confirmed their connection. This feature, called copy mode, allowed Jaehyeon's actions to be mimicked by the golem. The potential thrilled him. With his technique and the golem's immense size, the resulting synergy held limitless promise. To test this, he executed a punch, expecting the golem to replicate it. However, instead of a synchronized motion, the golem continued performing Jaehyeon's previous movement at an agonizingly slow pace. Nearby, the summoned skeletons exchanged anxious glances, concerned about their master's dismay. Frustrated, Jaehyeon tapped at his war watch in confusion, suspecting a malfunction. Panic stirred in his thoughts. A bug, perhaps? Something broken? Only when he raised his gaze did the golem complete the punch, precisely mirroring the action, but at its maximum slow speed. Realization struck. That sluggish pace was the best the golem could manage. The bitter truth prompted a hollow laugh from Jaehyeon, who muttered in defeat that nothing seemed to be going in his favor. Tears followed soon after, lamenting the addition of a slow golem to his now empty bank account. In the background, the golem mimicked his crying pose, adding a comedic undertone to the otherwise tragic scene. Elsewhere, far from Jaehyeon's comedic misfortunes, a serious discussion took place among elite players. At a discreet location chosen specifically for secrecy, top-ranking guild leaders gathered to deliberate over the main quest line. Nurgle, representing Guild Ares, opened the meeting with a formal thank you to those in attendance. Shev, also known as Matador Shev of the Red Bulls, laughed heartily, openly pleased to see familiar faces around the table. Burke, of the Guild Big Smile, showed little interest in pleasantries and focused solely on acquiring useful information. The Thunder Queen of the Thunder Hunters Guild remained silent throughout, offering no comment as the others exchanged remarks. Such a high-level gathering was rare. In Warlord, it was far more common for the top 30 guilds to clash over conflicting interests than to cooperate. Nurgle acknowledged this, stating that normally, there would be no cause for a meeting like this. However, he revealed that Guild Hydra had uncovered the identity of the corrupt Count and was organizing a final raid, scheduled to take place in 1 month. Shev expressed surprise, recognizing the magnitude of the revelation. According to him, no other guild had even come close to solving the mystery. If Hydra succeeded in executing the raid, the benefits would be immense. Unable to contain his frustration, Burke slammed the table. He warned that if Hydra defeated the corrupt Count, they would seize exclusive control over future main quests. The resulting monopolization would grant them dominance over advertisements, sponsors, and narrative content. With a sharp and commanding tone, Jaehyeon silenced the room. Her displeasure with Hydra's progress simmered beneath the surface. If any of the guild leaders were too frightened to act, she declared, then they should step aside and refrain from spoiling the atmosphere with defeatist talk. Burke responded with unmistakable hostility, summoning a spectral claw into his hand. The challenge in his stance was evident as he asked if Jaehyeon wished to settle the matter directly, then and there. Before tensions could escalate further, Shev stepped in, raising his voice to urge calm. The purpose of the meeting, he reminded them, was negotiation, not bloodshed. Nurgle nodded in agreement and elaborated further, noting that any infighting would only provide Hydra with greater freedom to act unopposed. Seizing the opportunity to redirect focus, Nurgle laid out a formal proposal for an anti-Hydra alliance. From this moment until the Corrupt Count chapter came to an end, the 4 guilds present would abide by a pact, no physical hostilities among them, and full cooperation in the sharing of information tied to the Corrupt Count. He then asked whether anyone objected. Although clearly disliking the notion of cliques or alliances, Shev conceded that it was necessary this time. Burke dismissed semantics altogether, stating bluntly that unless Hydra was stopped, every other guild would face complete collapse. Though inwardly seething at the compromise, Jaehyeon acknowledged the futility of resistance. With the Corrupt Count already lost, she knew she lacked the standing to argue. Without offering another word, she let the proposal pass, allowing the meeting to conclude in silent accord. Once the gathering had ended, she logged out of the game and immediately retreated to the shower. The hot water did little to ease the sting of what she perceived as humiliation. It felt degrading to be forced into collaboration with those she considered rivals or inferiors. The idea that her guild had failed to defeat even a Chapter 1 boss gnawed at her sense of pride. And yet, despite the sting, she knew the decision was necessary. The Corrupt Count had slipped away, and there would be no second opportunity. She had to act with strategy, not ego. Drying off and regaining composure, she returned to her role as a guild leader. Orders were swiftly dispatched. From this point forward, every member of her guild was to monitor Hydra's activities relentlessly. Even the smallest detail was to be reported. Her message to her operative was absolute. No matter the cost, no matter the difficulty, the Corrupt Count would belong to them. They would not be denied again. Meanwhile, in the world of the game, Jaehyeon arrived at the Raider Association's Suryu Castle branch. Upon speaking to the attending staff member, he was quickly met with a directive that left him stunned. Upon learning that Jaehyeon had been sent by a Himbri, the staff explained the situation. Agent Mijai had gone missing while investigating the corrupt stones. The last known location, the perilous Babura Forest. Jaehyeon immediately expressed disbelief, stating that the forest was filled with level 70 monsters. Entering such a zone at his current level would mean certain death. But the staff remained resolute. Precisely because Jaehyeon was a Himbri's disciple, he was the one being asked to go. Refusal, he warned, would result in his title, Corrupt Tracker, being revoked. Reluctantly, Jaehyeon accepted the conditions. He couldn't afford to lose the title. It was the key to advancing the main storyline. Sometime later, he sat alone in the plaza, lost in thought. Everything had happened so quickly. He had only just begun his journey, yet now found himself cornered into undertaking a lethal mission just to retain the title he had barely earned. Frustration bubbled over as he cursed the situation aloud. Eventually, he opened his quest window. The prompt awaited him was to locate the missing agent Mijai and assume responsibility for the investigation into the corrupt stones. The path forward, dangerous as it was, had already begun. The reward wasn't particularly valuable, yet Jaehyeon had no choice. Losing his corrupt tracker title would mean being removed from the main questline entirely. Frustration took hold as he muttered complaints about the escalating difficulty of the quests. It became clear to him that his strategy of accepting quests well above his level had finally caught up to him. By all reasonable standards, those previous tasks should have been impossible to complete. Somehow, he had managed to survive and advance, but now the consequences had arrived. Following his meeting at Suryu Castle, he had been assigned a quest tailored for players at level 60 and above. Doubt clouded his thoughts. He couldn't afford to abandon the main storyline, not after making it this far, yet entering Baburu Forest remained an impossible option. As he sat immersed in uncertainty, a conversation between a male and female player nearby drifted to his ears. The man remarked on the possibility that Hydra Guild might soon complete the main quest line. If that happened, they would gain a significant advantage over all other guilds. The man then posed a rhetorical question about the fate of the other active main quests should the corrupt count be defeated. That passing remark struck Jaehyeon with unexpected force. A realization surged through him, an idea that instantly shifted his outlook. A smile curled across his face, the beginnings of a plan taking shape. If his assumption was correct, he might not have to step foot into Baburu Forest at all. Elsewhere, a noble estate enveloped in dark mist remained undisturbed. A scout posted outside the estate sighed to himself, noting once again that nothing unusual had occurred. The black-haired man grumbled aloud, expressing disdain for the monotonous assignment. Hours spent watching an inactive castle had begun to chip away at his sanity. Beside him stood Nadal, Hydra Guild's 8th in command. The brown-haired operative shared the watch duty, and the scout took the opportunity to wonder aloud what reward would follow the defeat of the corrupt count. He speculated whether such a victory might finally propel Hydra into the ranks of the most elite guilds. Nadal dismissed the speculation, reminding his guild mate not to jump ahead. Their mission was far from complete. They were to remain hidden, surveilling the corrupt count's castle in secret. He emphasized the importance of discipline. Any lapse that resulted in information being leaked could prove disastrous. Professionals, he said, knew how to remain calm, no matter the stakes. Their vigilance was soon tested. A sudden voice called out to Nadal by name. A player strode nearby, clearly not part of Hydra, and yet had somehow located them. The newcomer was Kim's, a third-ranked member of the Red Bulls Guild. He greeted Nadal casually, seemingly unaware of the sensitivity of the situation. Caught off guard, Nadal hesitated before questioning what a Red Bulls member was doing in this area. Kim's appeared momentarily puzzled, then offered an explanation. The mountain was home to a powerful boss monster, and he had come to challenge it. Turning the question around, he asked whether Nadal was also pursuing the boss. Nadal shared a glance with his subordinate, revealing their true objective was not an option. In the end, he claimed they too were here for the boss monster. However, Kim's didn't leave quietly. Taking note of Nadal's disheveled appearance, he joked about whether Nadal needed to relieve himself. Nadal's temper flared instantly, though Kim seemed oblivious to the insult he had delivered. As Kim's walked off, he casually told Nadal to go ahead and take care of himself. Nadal lost all composure, shouting that it wasn't what it looked like. His subordinates struggled to keep him from charging after the departing player. Nadal remained furious as Kim's walked farther away, his frustration barely contained by the subordinate holding him back. Once at a safe distance, Kim's tapped his war watch to send a report. He reflected on the surprising accuracy of the anonymous tip they had received. It had been real. Meanwhile, at his own location, Shev lounged with Yell, casually musing about the improbability of the situation. An anonymous tip had turned out to be valid. Yell admitted she had initially thought the information regarding the corrupt count's whereabouts was a prank. They had only sent Kim's to investigate out of caution. Shortly after, she voiced a new concern: the motive behind such a significant piece of information being offered for free. Shev wasn't certain, but speculated it might have come from someone inside Hydra Guild who bore a grudge against their own. Continuing his communication, Kim's noted that the Red Bulls weren't in a position to be selective about such leads. Hydra Guild was on the verge of surpassing them entirely. He then suggested initiating a diversionary battle to buy time for the rest of their members to move into position. Shev rejected the idea, advising him to retreat for now. If that really was the corrupt Count's castle, then most of Hydra's top forces would be concentrated there. He emphasized that losing a key asset like Kim's at this stage would be too costly. Kim's acknowledged the reasoning with a joking tone, feigning flattery. He noted that it wasn't as if the Red Bulls would collapse without him, though he appreciated the sentiment. He remained unaware that a shadow was already closing in. A figure had leapt silently into the air, aiming an ambush at his position. An explosion shattered the ground as a blade struck, throwing dust and energy into the air. Back at their location, Shev and Yell leapt up, startled by the sudden blast. They struggled to get a clear view of the skirmish. Now pinned with a blade pressed to his neck, Kim's murmured with grim amusement that apparently the Red Bulls weren't the only ones who had received the information tip. He relayed to Shev that the Princess of the Thunder Hunters, whom he mockingly referred to as the Crazy Chihuahua, had also shown up. Standing before him with a bright and unwavering smile was Thunder Princess Jaehyeon. Without losing her cheer, she made her demand clear. He was to tell her everything he knew or die. Elsewhere in the game, Jaehyeon's golem faced a powerful wild bear. The creature attacked without pause, hammering at the slow-moving golem with sharp claws. Yet the golem remained solid, its posture locked in defense. It absorbed every blow without yielding. Suddenly, the golem's eyes lit up with an intense glow. In the brief pause that followed, it reared back to throw a punch. But its motion was glacial. The skeletons, observing from a distance, looked on as if they were watching a clumsy, sparring match. The bear regained its momentum and once again slammed its claws toward the golem, which reflexively raised its arm to defend itself, still not having completed the earlier punch. Perched high on a tree branch, Jaehyeon paid the clash little mind. His focus remained fixed on his internal calculations. Below, the skeletons munched on popcorn, treating the battle like a theatrical performance. Jaehyeon glanced at the search results he had been monitoring. There were no hits. Still, he felt confident. The emails he had sent containing the anonymous tips had reached their destinations. Responses, he believed, were simply a matter of time. Jaehyeon mulled over the situation and concluded that the only way to avoid entering Babaru Forest was to forcefully end the quest. He speculated that if the corrupt Count were defeated, the quest tied to him would vanish along with it. He recalled that the main quest line in Warlord was divided into multiple chapters. The one currently active was Chapter 1, centered around the corrupt Count. Once the target was eliminated, the chapter would close and all associated quests would be terminated automatically. This logic offered little comfort. Even if he attempted to confront the corrupt Count himself, the odds of victory within the given time limit were non-existent. Time would be far better spent beginning the next chapter, not risking his life in an impossible challenge. Driven by a sense of desperation, he had distributed the information about the corrupt Count's location to various guilds. He had hoped that someone, anyone, would defeat the boss and bring closure to the chapter. His growing frustration stemmed from the silence that followed. No replies came to his emails, and no action seemed to be taken. Just then, a notification alert grabbed his attention, snapping his focus to the screen. His gaze locked in as the message appeared. Hydra Guild's official channel had launched a live stream. At that exact moment, a loud crash echoed as his golem's arm detached and hit the ground. After enduring wave after wave of attacks from the relentless bear, the construct was far from peak condition. But the bear showed no intention of stopping. It charged forward, claws gleaming, targeting the golem's exposed head. In a blur of motion, Jaehyeon leapt from the tree where he had been perched and delivered a devastating punch to the bear. As his fist connected, he muttered for the creature to be quiet. Upon landing, he made it clear that he needed to watch the live stream. The sudden declaration brought silence to the chaotic surroundings. Soon after, Jaehyeon sat comfortably with his summoned creatures gathered around him. All of them focused their attention on the broadcast. The Hydra Guild's host greeted the viewers and outlined the plan. They intended to be the first to uncover the true identity of the corrupt Count, and a live stream would cover their preparations to conduct a raid. As anticipation mounted, the host prepared to announce the raid date. Jaehyeon could only hope that the planned timing fell within his own quest duration. That was all he wished for after risking exposure by leaking the privileged information from his previous life, just to avoid entering another danger. Relief washed over Jaehyeon the moment the host declared that the raid would commence in 3 days. Though the timing arrived sooner than expected, it fell neatly within his projections. For a brief moment, he maintained the appearance of calm precision, every movement deliberate as though molded by confidence. They moved according to his orchestration, unaware they were dancing to the rhythm of a single puppeteer. Internally, however, an elation stirred that he could no longer contain. A suppressed snicker escaped as satisfaction bloomed. Everything had unfolded exactly as calculated. By leaking a few carefully worded emails regarding the corrupted Count quest, he had manipulated the major guilds with surgical precision. When the public announcement passed, Jaehyeon quietly resumed training his summoned golem in a secluded forest clearing, where towering bears served as formidable sparring partners. Though made of stone and devoid of emotion, the golem moved with purpose under his command, while the skeletal minions, grotesque figures of bone, stood by, clattering in eerie excitement as they cheered the scene like spectators at a grim festival. Even as he observed the battlefield, his thoughts drifted to the upcoming raid. With only 3 days remaining, anxiety must have begun to fester within the ranks of the Hydra Guild. After all, he had leaked the same information to their rivals. Yet he remained unfazed. Having lived a life where the Hydra Guild rose to prominence, he knew their core well. Their advancement in the main quest line outpaced most factions, and their members possessed skill sets refined through countless battles. Jaehyeon speculated that once the main quest reached its conclusion, the burden tethered to his sub-quest would dissolve. In 3 days' time, freedom loomed, an end to obligations, a step into the life he truly desired. With hope and strategy hand in hand, he believed liberation was close at hand. Time moved with merciless speed, and the day of the raid arrived almost without warning. Driven by urgency and pressured by rival guilds closing in, Hydra Guild launched a premature assault against the first chapter boss, the corrupted Count. Their party struggled through the castle's defenses, barely scraping their way to the boss chamber. By the time they reached the final enemy, their forces were already depleted. One by one, their members fell, their final efforts broadcasted in real time for the world to witness. Not only had Hydra Guild failed spectacularly, but Jaehyeon's grand scheme had unraveled with them. The screen that once displayed his triumph now flickered with defeat. His chest tightened. Rarely had disappointment taken such a visceral hold of him. Watching one of the most capable guilds flounder in front of millions shattered his calculated worldview. In a fit of unfiltered frustration, his hand lashed out. His phone struck the floor with a sharp thud, the plastic casing cracking as rage filled the room. His voice thundered in disbelief. Fury surged as he questioned their lack of planning, their reckless timing, their audacity to fail so blatantly. How could a guild of their caliber collapse within an hour? What purpose had his intricate schemes served if the key player disintegrated on cue? Reality had revealed the folly in his overestimation. As silence settled over the room, thoughts shifted. With Hydra Guild proving unreliable, new paths had to be charted. An alternative was necessary, another means to escape the constraints of the binding subquest. A chime broke through the tension. A notification lit the screen informing that Red Bull's guild had initiated a live stream. Instinctively, Jaehyeon reached for the phone, eyes narrowing. It had to be Shev Matador. After all, he had leaked the same intelligence to Red Bulls. Their appearance at the Count's castle wasn't unexpected. It was inevitable. The camera feed came alive with a sweeping view of the corrupted Count's castle grounds. At its forefront stood Shev, unwavering, the battlefield reflecting in his eyes. The signs were unmistakable. The terrain was already restored. Clearly, Hydra Guild had perished here. Shev's moment had come. Unlike his predecessors, he had arrived with a strategy. Calmly, he turned to his comrades and questioned if they had witnessed what transpired. His tone was level but laced with purpose. Unlike the rushed spectacle of Hydra Guild, Red Bulls had prepared. Shev addressed his assembled guild with a measured tone, acknowledging that the corrupted Count was no ordinary opponent. The enemy had already overwhelmed the Hydra Guild, a force regarded with respect and fear. Beyond brute strength, their downfall had stemmed partly from a lack of preparation, insufficient backup supplies, and poorly timed responses. As Shev confessed the odds were against them, he accepted the daunting challenge ahead. Yet, despite the overwhelming danger, a powerful conviction charged his voice. He thrust his blade into the ground with solemn defiance, declaring that the Red Bulls Guild would rise to the challenge. Hydra might have been strong, but in his eyes, Red Bulls were stronger. The field erupted in unified war cries, their collective roars swelling with adrenaline. These warriors were not fledgling adventurers. They were elite veterans, hardened by experience and driven by ambition. With the prize looming before them, no obstacle would deter their charge. Elsewhere, Jaehyeon sat glued to the stream, tracking every moment through his phone. The raid's start felt imminent, and the intensity in the air gripped him tightly. Although he recognized the strength of Red Bulls, he couldn't shake the belief that even they lacked the means to bring down the corrupted Count. But then, as Shev spoke once more, something shifted. With a tone both bold and theatrical, Shev introduced a crucial development, a surprise alliance that made Jaehyeon's fingers tense around his phone. A glimmer of rage crept across his expression, followed by a subtle twist of disbelief. The name that followed was unexpected: Thunder Hunters. Taking center stage, the camera panned to the woman approaching with steady steps, flanked by her loyal elites. The guild members parted instinctively to make way for their master. She moved like lightning incarnate, and with each step came the quiet thunder of awe. The Thunder Queen, Shuru, known formally as Jaehyeon, had arrived. Jaehyeon blinked, stunned. Of all possibilities, this alliance had not crossed his mind. He had purposely withheld the leaked intel from Jaehyeon, ensuring that Thunder Hunters remained out of the raid's politics. Whatever deals or negotiations transpired between the upper echelons of the top guilds, he had not foreseen this outcome. Yet, here she was, commanding presence, a storm given form, marching along with the Red Bull's banner. The memory shifted to the night before the raid. Red Bulls had encamped just outside the estate. The crackle of firewood echoed beneath a starry sky as Shev sat across from Jaehyeon, the fire's glow reflecting off his armor. Her unexpected request for a private audience still puzzled him. Two figures stood behind her, silent and dangerous, high-ranking members of Thunder Hunters known collectively as the Princesses. Their presence wasn't ceremonial, it was calculated. Despite the tension, Shev broke the silence with a half-joking accusation, wondering aloud if Jaehyeon had come to declare war. With calm detachment, Jaehyeon denied the claim. In her eyes, they were allies, nothing more, nothing less. Shev pressed further, mentioning the unfortunate incident involving one of his members. He gestured to Kim, who still bore bruises from a fierce encounter with one of the princesses. Without missing a beat, Jaehyeon dismissed the event as a cultural misunderstanding. A simple greeting, she claimed, the faintest of smirks forming on her lips. Behind her, the princess responsible sneered in open amusement. With the false pleasantries cast aside, Jaehyeon cut to the point. She confronted Shev directly, stating she knew he had received information on the corrupted Count. Shev attempted to deflect, pretending ignorance, but she had little patience for games. With sharp precision, she revealed her awareness that several top 30 guilds had acquired the same data. In her view, the moment a brute like Shev began tracking the corrupted Count's domain, the truth became self-evident. Cornered, Shev let out an uneasy laugh. Her deduction left no room for evasion. In the end, he admitted she was right, though he maintained he had no clue about the identity of the one who leaked the information. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. She wasn't finished and asked the final question, direct, unrelenting, if he truly believed Hydra Guild ever stood a chance against the corrupted Count. Shev confessed that he lacked an answer, but Jaehyeon had already drawn her own conclusion. In her eyes, Hydra Guild was bound to fail. Their decision to initiate the raid stemmed not from sound tactics, but from a desire for prestige, to claim the honor of being first. Yet, as she pointed out, the corrupted Count served as the inaugural boss of the main quest, and that alone ensured it would be no easy feat strategically, Allowing other guilds to challenge the raid first and collecting the resulting data would have been the wiser path. Of course, Shev wasn't naive. He understood that Jaehyeon hadn't come merely to gossip about Hydra Guild's shortcomings. His voice carried a note of skepticism as he pressed her to share her true motive. A faint smile curved her lips, eerie in its calmness, masking the storm simmering beneath. While her outward demeanor remained composed, internally she was seething. The Hydra Guild's head start had forced her into this alliance with a brute she didn't fully trust. Now, adding salt to the wound, he had secured the leaked intel before she did. The humiliation stung deeper than she cared to admit. Then, without warning, the table shook as she drove her sword into it. Her fury pierced the quiet night. Shev remained unflinching, his face a mask of amusement, while Kim tensed nearby, ready to intervene. A raised hand from Shev held him back. Her fingers tightened on the embedded blade as she spoke, offering an alliance for the corrupted Count raid. She didn't mince words. With an unsettling smile, she declared her intent to deliver the first kill into Shev's hands. He recognized the situation for what it was. Whether a ploy or a genuine offer, Jaehyeon had positioned herself well. There was no real choice but to accept. The alliance was sealed in necessity, not in trust. When the raid commenced, the true measure of her strength became evident. On the battlefield, Jaehyeon proved that her reputation wasn't built on words alone. With each swing of her sword, she carved down monsters with terrifying precision. Her movements were fluid, calculated, and undeniably deadly. Her placement among the elite wasn't a gift, it was earned. Yet the corrupted Count was a foe of a different caliber. As the boss of the main quest's first chapter, he towered in strength and intellect above the monsters that came before. This was no mindless brute. He was cunning, and his voice echoed through the fortress with malevolence. He mocked the intruders, promising utter annihilation. With a single roar, he commanded a tide of corrupted monsters to descend upon the raiding parties. The alliance of Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters soon found themselves overwhelmed. The relentless advance of the Count's forces began to strain their formation. Shev, fighting in the front line, felt the pressure mount. The defensive line began to collapse under the weight of the assault. As vanguard, the burden to act fell squarely on his shoulders. Failure was not an option, not again. Amid the chaos, Jaehyeon held her ground. Her sword rose and fell without pause, cutting down foes one after another. Yet the horde seemed endless. She pressed forward with unyielding will, but the tide refused to break. Recognizing the turning point, Shev surged to her side. A burst of radiant energy followed his leap as he landed before her. Summoning his strength, he called out her title, Thunder Queen, and pledged to carve a path forward. His blade shimmered with accumulated power, and with a thunderous strike, he split the enemy ranks. A wall of monsters fell away, cleaved aside by raw force. Without hesitation, Jaehyeon dashed through the opening. Her eyes burned with purpose, and the air shimmered with the brilliance of her charged sword. The corrupted Count bellowed in fury, his grotesque form writhing as he summoned his tendrils. They lashed out like serpents, slicing through the earth in pursuit of the approaching warrior. But she was already beyond their reach. Her movements danced on the edge of impossibility. Her feet barely touched the ground. Her blade gleamed as it cut through space. The tendrils struck nothing but stone and air, unable to halt her advance. A smile tugged at her lips as the pattern broke, revealing an opening toward the boss. She dashed forward, momentum building as she launched herself into the air. The corrupted Count stood directly ahead, the intended recipient of a devastating blow she had prepared with care. Her gaze shimmered with anticipation, fully believing this would bring it to an end. But the conviction fractured in the span of a heartbeat. Tendrils lashed forth with terrifying speed, slicing through the air before burrowing into her body. Her attack never landed. Instead, her torso was pierced cleanly as the tendrils erupted from her back. They hoisted her into the air, suspending her above the battlefield. Blood spilled in steady streams, splashing the ground below with every passing second. Shev's voice tore through the chaos as he shouted her name. He understood, then, that she had been the only one with the speed and strength necessary to truly challenge the corrupted Count. Suspended and bleeding, Her lips moved faintly. Words too quiet to hear passed from her mouth as blood stained her armor and trickled from the corners of her lips. Then, in a single instant, blades of light burst from her hands, strikes that cleaved the tendrils apart. Her body dropped free and immediately charged forth with seething fury. Despite the pain, she stood tall again. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from the rage ignited by the threat of failure. To falter now meant disgrace. Her eyes shone fiercely, a mixture of pride and desperation fueling her next movement. With a swing of her blade, a golden line of her sword descended with terrifying precision, slicing across the corrupted Count's head. The monstrous wail that followed shook the air as his grotesque form writhed in agony. His defenses crumbled beneath her relentless assault. That strike served as the turning point. The remaining forces of Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters closed in, now emboldened by the sight of their foe defeated. Behind her, Shev smirked to himself. The Thunder Queen, he mused, had revealed herself to be more formidable than anticipated. When the final blow fell, she stood alone before the Count's broken form. Her breath slowed as she lowered her weapon. The light of victory reflected coldly in her expression. No triumph, only stillness. Moments later, a notification echoed through every player's interface. The corrupted Count had been defeated by the combined forces of Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters. Not every onlooker shared in the elation. Elsewhere, Jaehyeon sat quietly, the defeat settling in with crushing finality. The raid had succeeded, but the glory had not gone where he intended. Jaehyeon, of all people, someone he had purposely excluded from the information, had stolen the victory. The resentment built inside him like a fire barely contained. Fingers twitching with quiet frustration, he eventually exhaled, dragging himself toward the capsule. As he prepared to log in, he whispered to himself that it no longer mattered. The result remained. The corrupted Count had fallen. That was what he needed, regardless of who earned the credit. Yet the bitterness endured. He muttered with steely resolve that she should savor her fleeting moment. In his mind, the corrupted Count would be her final trophy. His hand clenched tight, a silent vow forming beneath his breath. The rest of it, all of it, would be his. As Jaehyeon stood beneath the fading shadow of the raid boss, basking in the acclaim of being the first to fell the corrupted Count, no trace of concern crossed her mind. The hatred that brewed in another corner of the world did not matter to her. For now, the crown was hers. But Jaehyeon had no intention of leaving the rest to her. And Jaehyeon's in-game persona was known as Hyrkan, a Warlord-class player whose journey had taken an unusual turn. After being struck by a truck in the real world, his consciousness inexplicably returned to a previous point in time, reborn into the early stages of the game he once dominated. In this altered timeline, his long-standing rival, Jaehyeon, had already secured the first chapter's main boss. Motivated by both vengeance and ambition, Jaehyeon returned to the field with renewed drive, focusing now on the second chapter's region. Armed with the vast knowledge he retained from his former life as a top-tier ranker, his singular goal was to rise once more to the pinnacle of the game and exact revenge on those who had betrayed him. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him when he needed it most. The excitement and confidence that filled him only moments earlier vanished the instant he stepped into the zone far above his current level. Panic replaced resolve as he sprinted full speed away from a rampaging herd of wild boars. As he fled, frustration mounted. Every attempt to make progress seemed to end the same way. Despite all his experience and insight, moments like this always seemed to find him unwelcome, unprepared, and on the verge of disaster. Only a few hours prior, he had stood calmly before the boundary separating him from the next chapter of his journey. The massive and tall forest line was known as the Bulka's Mountain Entrance, a transitional zone between chapters. Jaehyeon stood before it, accompanied by his 4 skeletal summons, each lined up in obedient silence as he examined the space ahead. He noted that the area ahead was a blocked field, one that normally prevented players from entering unless specific conditions were met. With a knowing look, he tapped the solid magical barrier with his fingers, as if to demonstrate its resistance to his summoned undead. But his lips curled into a satisfied grin. Thanks to his regression, no player alive understood this world better than he did. The secrets hidden behind that barrier were his alone to exploit. He extended his hand. What had previously been a solid magical wall gave way, as if it were mist. His fingers slipped through effortlessly. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, crossing the invisible threshold. He mused aloud that Bulka's Mountains served as the central quest zone for Chapter 2 of the game's main storyline. Once the Chapter 1 quest involving the corrupted Count was cleared, the system automatically permitted access. And so, with the earlier quest line completed, he entered unhindered. The instant his foot touched the mountain soil, a series of system notifications echoed around him. The alerts announced that he had been awarded the title called the First Step into the Bulka's Mountains. As a reward, all of his stats increased by 2 points, and his class-related attributes received an additional bonus point. Behind him, the skeletons fell into line as he scanned the landscape. As he expected, no other player had discovered the trick yet. No one else had dared to press through the invisible field. He gave a curt nod and instructed his undead minions to move ahead. With confidence surging through his veins, he stepped forward. This was the beginning of a new ascent, a moment he believed would mark his dominance over the coming content. But reality reared its head in an instant. Before his second step could land, the surroundings erupted with movement. The monsters inhabiting the area, previously hidden in the underbrush, began closing in. All around him, a swarm of beasts emerged, each one now fixed on him. They were wild boars, feral creatures with a reputation for aggression. At level 60, they far exceeded the difficulty Jaehyeon could reasonably handle. Worse, they moved in packs and attacked without provocation. Jaehyeon's avatar, Hyrkan, stood at level 41. Even with the assistance of his skeletons, he would have struggled to defeat a single boar. Against an entire herd, survival was not an option. It was a desperate scramble to avoid annihilation. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The creatures huffed and snorted in unison, preparing to charge. Each breath from the herd felt like a prelude to doom. For Jaehyeon, the moment stretched unnaturally long, as if the entire world paused to give him a glimpse of what was to come. His thoughts blurred. Regrets, flashes of his past, and the absurdity of the situation all swirled in his mind. Once again, after doing everything right, he found himself on the edge of collapse. And so the chase began. The wild boars tore through the terrain with terrifying speed, closing in with deadly precision. Jaehyeon darted through the trees, dodging fallen logs and jagged rocks, cursing fate as he ran. The mountain, his supposed new chapter, had welcomed him with bloodthirsty hostility. In that mad dash for survival, he couldn't help but wonder why. Why did such cruel luck always seem to greet him at the doorstep of progress? Deep down, Jaehyeon considered the likelihood that others had already figured out the barrier to the Bulka's Mountains was no longer sealed. Time was no longer a luxury he could afford. Though the odds were against him, if he truly intended to climb to the top once again, then action. Any action was better than hesitation. He needed to try something, no matter how reckless. In a sudden burst of movement, Jaehyeon activated the Helmon skill, triggering a change in his summoned skeletons. Their posture shifted as their consciousness faded. Now mindless, they charged straight toward the oncoming stampede of wild boars. The boars lifted their snouts with bloodlust, preparing to drive their tusks into the brittle frames of the undead. The moment the two forces collided, the result was exactly what Jaehyeon had anticipated. It was a massacre. The skeletons shattered on impact, unable to withstand the raw strength of such high-level monsters. Bones splintered and flew in every direction, reduced to fragments within seconds. The summoned minions hadn't even managed to delay the boars. Jaehyeon skidded to a halt just a few meters away as a series of system chimes rang in his ears. Notifications reported that all 4 skeletons had been destroyed after sustaining critical damage. Yet, rather than express dismay, he smiled. This was part of the plan. He mused to himself that one hit was all it took. All he needed was a single moment to bait the boars into a vulnerable position. During the exact moment they tore through the skeletons, Jaehyeon triggered his spell, Curse of Sloth. The effect took hold instantly. The charging monsters slowed dramatically, their momentum vanishing in an absolute still. Jaehyeon pushed himself to his feet, musing that they would be locked in place for at least 5 seconds, more than enough for what he had in mind. Drawing a blade from his inventory, he crouched briefly before launching forward. His blood burned with renewed purpose, vengeance in every motion. He promised to make them pay for destroying his skeletons. Determination etched itself across his face. But then it happened. One foot landed on something slick and unstable. Before he could process it, he slipped spectacularly. Face first, he crashed into the dirt, skidding to a humiliating stop directly in front of the paralyzed herd. As if the moment couldn't get worse, the banana peel responsible for his fall flipped through the air and landed squarely on the back of his head. A second of stunned silence followed. Then came the unmistakable sound, maniacal, screeching laughter echoing from above. High in the trees, a monster resembling a monkey perched confidently on a branch. Clad in crude armor and wielding a weapon too large for its frame, it laughed with glee. It was an armor monkey, a level 50 monster infamous for its tendency of pranking on both players and NPCs. Jaehyeon recognized it immediately. A boiling frustration took root in his mind. He had encountered these creatures before, and each time it had ended in chaos. Fury overtook reason as he scrambled upright, fists clenched, and began hurling curses at the laughing simian. In his anger, he lost all awareness of his surroundings and forgot entirely about the cursed effect. The 5 seconds had passed. As if sensing the opportunity, the boars shook off their sluggish state. The lead boar lunged forward, its tusks aiming for his head. There was no time to dodge. The scene slowed for him. Death, it seemed, was rushing in again. But just as the attack came within striking range, something else broke through the tension. A faint bluish glow streaked across the air. An arrow whistled through the air with terrifying velocity, striking the lunging boar in its side. The force behind it was so overwhelming that the monster didn't just fall, it was blown apart, disintegrated on impact. Jaehyeon's eyes widened in disbelief. No player should have been able to reach this region yet. Not at this level, and certainly not one capable of firing such a powerful shot. On top of tree branch, veiled beneath the foliage, a figure stood balanced on a high branch, bow drawn and quiver still loaded. Without pause, the mysterious stranger loosed another arrow. It sliced through the air, finding its mark with surgical precision. Volley after volley followed. The relentless momentum of the wild boars collapsed under the unrelenting hail of arrows. Each shot fired from the unseen figure above the trees brought down a single monster, as though the archer's power had been crafted for absolute precision and destruction. Not a single wasted motion, not a single wasted arrow. Jaehyeon stood rooted in place, a mix of disbelief and admiration settling over him. Jaehyeon stood rooted in place, a mix of disbelief and admiration settling over him. At this point in the game, there should have been no one capable of such a feat. A level 60 monsters were no trivial threat, certainly not to be felled with a single projectile. And yet, this person had done just that, repeatedly. As the final arrow struck true, the remaining monsters fell silent, their forms disappearing into particles. The archer descended from the treetop, landing with practiced ease. Jaehyeon turned, curious and cautious, as the figure stepped out from the shadows. It was an old man. No player, just an NPC. A patrol unit, most likely wandering the mountain zone. Somehow, fate had brought this character to Jaehyeon at the exact moment he needed help the most. For the first time in a while, it seemed fortune had smiled on him. Elsewhere, far from the forest, Tsuryu Castle buzzed with life. Since the defeat of the corrupted count, the region had grown even busier. Players gathered in greater numbers, hunting for quests, sharing rumors, and assessing their competition. Within the central plaza, 2 players turned their attention to an imposing figure in the crowd. Standing in full view was a knight adorned in the unmistakable Mamba armor set, an extremely rare and expensive equipment ensemble, one only high-ranking players could afford. One of the players wondered aloud if the knight was a ranker, though neither could place him. The knight, however, did not idle. He spoke in a hushed voice to a contact in the shadows, a guild operative named Michelle. Hidden beneath the shade of an alley, she reported quietly that there had been no progress in tracking the identity of the individual who leaked the corrupted count's true name. None of the guilds, she added, had any idea who was behind the sudden spread of such vital information. It made sense, she admitted, considering that this mysterious person had knowledge about a secret so heavily concealed that even the largest guilds in the game had failed to uncover it. Whoever they were, they had not only obtained the information, but distributed it freely. A ghost among thousands. Shifting the conversation, the knight asked about a player known by the alias How Mask. Michelle responded that the only content available tied to that name was a collection of hunting videos featuring giant bears, mundane uploads with no apparent connection to any in-game character. This further deepened the knight's frustration. Rage coiled beneath his expression as Michelle suggested that there was no way a new player, one barely beginning the main quest line, could possibly be involved in orchestrating something so elaborate. Without answering directly, the knight turned to leave. Michelle called after him, asking where he intended to go next. He replied curtly that he had joined the Sweepers Guild for their next helper assignment. Michelle only shook her head, remarking that it would be another stretch of busy work. He acknowledged this with a nod, but told her to stay focused on locating the mystery player. That task, above all, remained the priority. The knight walked off, seething with silent rage. Plans he had carefully laid were now in shambles, thrown into chaos by a single anonymous act. He did not yet know the identity of the one who had ruined everything, but he vowed that, when he found them, he would make them pay. Back in the forest, Jaehyeon had been led to a secluded cabin nestled deep among the trees. For reasons he couldn't explain, the area felt safe. No monsters roamed nearby. Even the ambient pressure of danger that hung throughout the Bolkas Mountains seemed absent here. Inside the wooden home, Jaehyeon answered with enthusiasm when asked if he was a Himbree's disciple. His voice rang with pride as he nodded, unable to conceal the grin on his face. This encounter, unexpected and unbelievably fortunate, could change everything. The man before him was no ordinary NPC. It was Mawoon, the central figure of Chapter 2's main questline. The very NPC Jaehyeon had dreamed of meeting at this stage. Mawoon handed him a warm cup of something herbal and steaming. He mused aloud that it was lucky he had come across Jaehyeon when he did, while on patrol. If not, a Himbree's pupil would have surely perished there, surrounded by monsters too powerful to overcome. Within himself, Jaehyeon recalled Mawoon's reputation with clarity. In the game's lore, Mawoon had once held the prestigious position of swordsmanship instructor to the royal prince, a man of unparalleled martial skill. However, due to an unfortunate incident, he had been stripped of his title and banished from court. From there, he took on a new role as the captain of the rangers who patrolled and protected the untamed expanse of the Bolkas Mountains. Knowing that Mawoon was the pivotal NPC tied to Chapter 2's main quest line, Jaehyeon could hardly contain the thrill bubbling in his chest. Fate had led him to exactly where he needed to be. Suddenly, Mawoon turned serious and told him to return. The abrupt command took Jaehyeon by surprise, prompting him to ask why. The old ranger explained that he wasn't sure what had brought a lone traveler this deep in a monster-infested land, but warned him sternly, there was nothing here but danger. Monsters and nothing else. The warning came with a level of concern, and Mawoon advised Jaehyeon to go back before something irreversible happened. Jaehyeon fell silent, weighing his next words carefully. From his perspective, this moment was exactly the perfect hook for the main quest to begin. Then, with a faint smile touching the edge of his lips, he broke the silence. He revealed that the corrupted Count had been defeated. While Mawoon absorbed that information, Jaehyeon mused internally that the warning had little meaning. He already knew how to proceed into Chapter 2 and had no intention of turning back now. Following up, he mentioned that although the Count had fallen, corrupted monsters still roamed freely. He added that he had been tracing their presence and was led here. With a steady gaze, he asked if Mawoon knew anything that might help. At that, something shifted in Mawoon's expression. A trace of unease flickered through his features as if dredging up an unwelcome memory. After a pause, he admitted that someone did come to mind. Although no hard evidence existed yet, suspicion had already taken root in his thoughts. At that moment, the system recognized Jaehyeon's progress. The main quest of Chapter 2 officially began. Ma Wung tasked Jaehyeon with gathering evidence to confirm the suspicions. As the questline triggered, a series of cheerful notification chimes echoed around him. He had received 2 new titles, the first to come in contact with the Bulka's Ranger and Initiator. Together, the bonuses stacked impressively. Every one of Jaehyeon's stats increased by 14 points. Rare titles at this stage of the game were immensely valuable, and now he had not 1, but 2. Jaehyeon barely contained his excitement. Without hesitation, he responded with fiery enthusiasm, affirming that of course he would help. With eager eyes, he asked what needed to be done first. Ma Wung told him to calm down. Then, with a more measured tone, he gave the first assignment. Investigate the monsters roaming near the area and thin their numbers. The quest required Jaehyeon to defeat 50 monsters within the Bulka's mountain region. Though the reward offered seemed modest in relation to the effort required, he understood its purpose. This was an introductory quest, part of the main questline's foundation, essential for progressing into deeper content. A pale stretch of cloud moved slowly overhead as Jaehyeon stepped out from Ma Wung's cabin. The forest beyond awaited. He took a breath and stretched, muttering aloud how great this development was. The quest aligned perfectly with his immediate goal, leveling up his character. Slaying monsters would bring experience, and experience meant strength. Yet reality soon tempered his excitement. He reminded himself that hunting the higher-level creatures, like the wild boars or the terrifying bear warriors, was still out of reach. They were far above his current capability. At least for now, he would need to focus on easier targets first. That's when an idea struck. The incident from earlier returned to mind. The wild boar ambush, the humiliating slip, and the source of that misfortune. The armor monkey. It was that level 50 prankster monster that had flung a banana peel into his path and nearly cost him his life. The armor monkeys would be his first targets. With clenched fists and narrowed eyes, he made his way into the underbrush, determined to purge every last one of those laughing fiends from a mountain. If anything was going to serve as a stepping stone in a Chapter 2, it would be the creatures that had dared to make a fool out of him. This was no longer just about leveling. It was personal. Beyond the threshold of Bulka's mountain stretched a vast, dense redwood forest. The moment the barrier fell with the corrupted Count's defeat, adventurers poured in to explore the newly opened territory. Yet nearly all of them fell victim to the same humiliations Jaehyeon had once suffered. Even among the elite, none were safe. A high-level knight, brimming with confidence, found himself helpless the instant he stepped into the forest, slipping spectacularly on a banana peel tossed onto the path by the mischievous armor monkey. A heavily armored tanker, covered head to toe in iron plating, suffered no better fate. The moment he lost his footing on another of the cursed peels, he crashed face first onto a jagged, razor-sharp rock that protruded out of the ground. Even a mage, who should have been able to sense danger with heightened magical perception, fell for the same trick. She stepped cautiously into the deeper part of the redwood forest, only to have the armor monkey materialize from a branch above, gleefully flicking a banana peel perfectly onto her path. As soon as her foot struck it, she lost all grace, sprawling awkwardly on the forest floor while the monkey erupted in shrieking laughter. The monkey never seemed to tire of its creative pranks, its cackles echoing through the dense canopy every time a new victim crossed its path. That day, another challenger arrived, an assassin-class player gliding silently through the path. Though her instincts warned her of something off, she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was lurking. From the branches above, the armor monkey waited, restraining its gleeful snickers with great effort, clutching another banana peel in its furry paw, eager to humiliate yet another intruder. The moment it spotted the perfect chance, it raised its hand, fully prepared to toss the peel in her path. But behind it, a far more dangerous predator had arrived. Jaehyeon had climbed quietly onto a nearby branch, his expression twisted in a mix of dread and unrelenting rage. Memories of the humiliating slip and the boar stampede from days earlier burned through his mind, fueling his determination. The monkey turned its head and froze, startled to find Jaehyeon glaring right at it with eyes that radiated murderous intent. Jaehyeon raised a finger across his own throat, drawing an invisible line to signal the monkey's impending doom. The monkey hesitated, a nervous squeak nearly escaping its lips, realizing with horror that its karma had finally come home to roost. Jaehyeon wasted no time. Drawing his sword in a single smooth motion, he lunged forward across the branch, a lethal glint flashing in his eyes, intent on repaying every ounce of humiliation and blood. The armor monkey, infuriatingly unfazed, paused only to pick its nose, as if mocking Jaehyeon one final time before twisting and leaping out of the way, dodging the strike with ridiculous ease. Jaehyeon's blade cut nothing but air, and before he could recover, the monkey had already bounded to another branch, its laughter dancing through the forest like cruel music. Infuriated, Jaehyeon launched himself after it, hurling insults with every breath. The trees slowed him, blocking his line of attack, while the monkey danced nimbly from perch to perch, taunting him with each effortless jump. Inside, Jaehyeon seethed, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to form a workable strategy to catch the wretched beast. Its agility far exceeded his expectations, and every obstacle in the forest seemed designed to protect it. Then, inspiration sparked in his mind. Jaehyeon abruptly halted on the next branch, taking a steadying breath as he drew back his arm, readying his sword as if it were a throwing spear. His focus honed razor-sharp, locking on to the monkey's next jump path with unwavering focus. Tracking the monkey's next movement, Jaehyeon hurled his sword without hesitation. The blade cut through the air with every ounce of his strength and agility stats poured into it, slicing a straight line toward the monkey's exposed back. In the instant the monkey noticed the flashing steel closing in, its eyes widened in a panic, sheer terror overtaking its mischievous grin. Suspended mid-air in its jump, the creature had no way to dodge or twist away in time. As its paws touched down on the branch it had aimed for, the sword closed in, its lethal tip aimed directly for the monkey's side. In a final moment of fear, the monkey clenched its eyes shut, fully expecting to be skewered and finished. Yet no pain arrived. Hesitantly, it cracked one eye open, only to find the sword lodged inches away from its chest, harmlessly stuck in the branch. A triumphant, mocking snicker escaped its throat, as though it could not believe how completely Jaehyeon had missed his mark. It seemed to laugh in contempt, calling him a worthless hunter. However, Jaehyeon stood calmly on a nearby branch, unshaken, a sharp grin breaking across his face. With a voice carrying mocking scorn, he informed the monkey that the sword was never the real threat in the first place. In that instant, something massive and unstoppable crashed through the canopy behind the monkey. The stone golem, summoned by Jaehyeon and programmed with a mimicry of Jaehyeon's own movements, swung its massive stone fist forward, carrying with it unstoppable momentum. The punch obliterated the branch the monkey had landed on, splintering ancient wood into flying shrapnel. It then connected directly with the monkey's tiny body, delivering a devastating blow packed with the golem's terrifying force. The resulting shockwave tore through the redwood forest in a straight line, flattening undergrowth and scattering birds in terrified flight. Jaehyeon remained steady, balanced atop his branch as he watched the impact, his expression filled with savage satisfaction. All that training he had forced the stone golem to undergo by battling forest bears had finally paid off. The monkey's lifeless body eventually crashed down to the forest floor, while a familiar chime sounded in Jaehyeon's ear. A notification appeared, awarding him the title, the first to hunt down an armor monkey. He reached into his inventory, drawing out the Haho mask and turning it over in his hands as he reflected on how wise it had been to hunt these monkeys for his quest. His grin widened at the thought of all the points he would earn next. It was time to chase down the rest of the armor monkeys infesting the redwood forest. At the same moment, far removed from Jaehyeon's fierce hunt, a completely different scene unfolded elsewhere. A grand press conference was underway, celebrating the successful alliance between the Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters guilds. Their crowning achievement was the defeat of the corrupted Count, the powerful boss that had ruled Chapter 1 of the game. Standing at the forefront, Shev and Jaehyeon represented their respective guilds. Their presence dominated the gathering, though they kept their speeches brief and factual, choosing not to brag about their strategy or how they pulled off the raid. As the crowd of reporters buzzed with questions, one voice broke through, directing itself to Jaehyeon. the famed Thunder Queen. The reporter politely requested if she would like to say a few words for their fans. Jaehyeon answered with a perfectly crafted smile, her voice gracious and practiced. She explained that their victory came down to luck more than anything, and promised to continue working hard in the future to deliver even greater results. Once the conference had ended and the lights faded, Jaehyeon walked through the long marble hallway, the flawless smile gone from her face. A sourness settled on her expression, a dark contrast to the mask she had presented before the cameras just moments earlier. One of the Thunder Princes trailed after Jaehyeon, eager to praise her for her commanding performance. She offered glowing words, telling Jaehyeon that her courage had been beyond inspiring and that she had genuinely thought they were finished when the final wave of monsters surged in. Watching Jaehyeon rush forward alone to defeat the corrupted Count had left her spellbound. Yet, even with the genuine admiration shining through her guild members' praise, Jaehyeon's mood did not lift. Her expression remained dark and brooding, as if a heavy stone weighed down her thoughts. She responded with a subdued tone, admitting that their victory had ultimately come down to luck, nothing more. The Thunder Princess listened closely as Jaehyeon elaborated that they could not have succeeded if the Red Bulls Guild hadn't been there to back them up. She confessed without hesitation that Shev, the warrior who had carved open the battlefield, had been crucial for their success. Without him, her own final blow would never have landed. Jaehyeon's mind drifted while she spoke, recalling another player altogether. The memory of Haho Mask, who had boldly posted a video of a solo raid against the Golden Skeleton, returned vividly to her mind. His aggressive, relentless style left an impression on her. That style, she believed, was exactly what her guild needed if they were going to progress through the tougher battles that awaited. Without another thought, Jaehyeon turned to the Thunder Princess and ordered her to contact Hatch. The princess nearly jumped in surprise, blurting out her confusion. She demanded to know why they would ever need a useless player like Hatch. Jaehyeon's eyes sharpened, and her voice took on a tone of urgency as she explained there was something important they needed to hunt, something they couldn't leave to chance. Meanwhile, deep within the redwood forest, Jaehyeon's sword broke off. His skeletons clashed with armor monkeys all around him, bone and steel ringing through the massive trees. A notification appeared before him with a cruel chime, announcing that his sword's durability had reached 0 and that the weapon had been destroyed. Though he had seen it coming after slaying countless monsters, Jaehyeon still felt a surge of frustration boil through his chest. He spat out a curse, annoyed at how quickly equipment broke down when it faced true battle conditions. Inwardly, he scolded himself for once again running headlong into the same problem that had haunted him through both lifetimes: a lack of funds. After investing everything he had into gear for both himself and his skeletons, he didn't have enough money left to buy a replacement sword. He paused where he stood, catching his breath as he racked his brain for an answer. That was when an idea sparked in his mind: gems. Monster gems, to be precise. They had a notoriously low drop rate, but they were incredibly valuable as crafting materials and item enhancers. Even this early in the game, monsters could drop gems with potent effects, like a green goblin's gem that boosted dexterity by a point, or a werewolf's gem that raised attack by 2 points. Other rare stones granted all manner of additional enhancements, depending on a monster. Jaehyeon recalled from his previous life that armor monkeys dropped a particular gem with high value, excellent for crafting stronger weapons. At the very least, he could sell those gems for quick in-game currency and use that to buy new equipment. Resolved, he called out to his skeletons with renewed energy, rallying them to his cause. A manic laugh erupted from his throat, carried on the wind through the redwood forest, as he declared that they would hunt down every last armor monkey until none remained. In some twisted way, the maniacal laughter of their master left the skeletons themselves looking dejected, as if even they questioned the darkness brimming in Jaehyeon's grin. For 9 relentless hours, Jaehyeon poured every second of his playtime into scouring the entire redwood forest, hunting down every living armor monkey until none dared show their faces. His skeletons tore through the undergrowth, slashing, smashing, and shredding dozens upon dozens of their kind. Yet despite mountains of monkey corpses piled around him, not a single monster gem had dropped. Exhausted, Jaehyeon crawled across the torn-up earth toward yet another monkey body, desperation painted on his face. Maybe, he thought, just maybe, the next one would finally reward his effort. His entire luck seemed to have evaporated the moment he met the quest-triggering NPC, leaving him a hollow shell of misfortune ever since. He dragged himself forward, tears practically welling up as he clung to the faintest spark of hope, refusing to surrender. It was in a voice cut through his pitiful crawl, snapping him out of his spiral. A player in dazzling full armor stood over him, asking if he was truly Hahomask. Jaehyeon looked up, blinking in confusion as he took in the shimmering figure. The stranger wore a suit of fire lizard gear, its iron plates polished to a mirror shine with blood-red gemstone accents gleaming at every joint. A matching blade, an orc hero's sword, hung proudly across his back. The entire ensemble radiated power and presence, an unmistakable sign of a player who had reached at least level 70. Jaehyeon's exhaustion evaporated under a wave of suspicion. A player this powerful, coming to find him directly, could only be someone sent by the knight or the mysterious woman he knew far earlier. Everything from his perfectly measured steps to the controlled air of secrecy screamed that this newcomer was a professional, working under orders. The player then introduced himself with an odd flourish, calling out his name as Quixote. Before Jaehyeon could process it, Quixote erupted into a series of elaborate gestures, striking theatrical poses as though performing a hero's transformation scene straight from a children's program. His armor glittered with each exaggerated move, flashing rays of reflected light into Jaehyeon's squinting eyes. At once, Jaehyeon knew this man was a complete oddball. With a final dramatic flourish, Quixote raised both hands high and formally issued a challenge to Jaehyeon. He declared, with pride echoing in his voice, that the name Hahomask had grown too famous across the video platforms, and he simply had to see what made him so special. Jaehyeon stayed quiet, sizing up this bizarre character in silence. Inside, he simmered with frustration. After spending 9 hours in fruitless grinding, now this lunatic had appeared to waste even more of his time with an idiotic duel request. Quixote clenched his fist with determination, concluding that if he defeated the famous Hahomask in an official duel, his own popularity would soar to new heights. Jaehyeon felt a powerful disgust flood through him, instantly labeling the newcomer as nothing but a shallow, attention-starved fool. He turned away, announcing with blunt finality that he was busy and had no time for such nonsense. In truth, he was already on edge from hours of hunting without a single gem drop, and now, this showboating weirdo had the gall to barge in and demand fight. Quixote's desperate voice echoed after him, begging repeatedly for Jaehyeon to wait and hear him out. When Jaehyeon ignored him, the armored player finally screamed in a panic, offering 5,000 gold if Jaehyeon would accept the duel. Jaehyeon stopped dead in his tracks, stunned by the absurd offer. For a few seconds, he stood frozen, silent, letting the reality of the number sink in. Then, as if flipping a switch, he spun on his heels with breathtaking speed, charging back toward Quixote and practically slamming his hand down on the man's armored shoulder. With a bright, customer service smile, he warmly declared that he would be absolutely delighted to accept. Inwardly, his thoughts made a full 180. For a moment, Jaehyeon practically radiated affection for this strange fool. He decided there was nothing to hate about a weirdo willing to toss a pile of gold his way.